That's all facts, bro.
That's real with us, boy.
Okay, y'all, we're online. Shalom, everybody. Shalom Kawakab, teaching in Guatemala. Shalom isbhpk Houston, isbhpk Rochester, New York, isbhpk Norfolk, Virginia. Hope everybody's doing Tawab this Shabbat morning. What was I gonna say? Yeah, well, we're gonna get started. So what's that?
London, LA.
Yeah. London, LA. Well, when I LA and Atlanta, I know the families and brothers, Kawakab teachers, they're all kind of in different cities and states. So, shalom to everybody that's trying to serve the Most High with the best of their ability, giving themselves to sin. Can you put that? Well, nobody can see it. It's cool. Just kind of keep it. I don't know. There we go. And nobody sees it. It's good. It's good. But I hope everybody's doing well. We're going to get started soon after our prayers. Yeah, let's do it. Imagine. No, that's just us. It's just us. Sir.
Oh, that's right.
That's why I said. That's why when I say it low, I'm kind of just like saying it.
I keep forgetting that.
We're good. Everything's gonna be okay. Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nothing to know. A war. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light this day. Thanks. So be it.
Okay. Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nothing to know. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim. Rise and face Jerusalem. Yeah, I'm sorry. Got it. Sure. Okay. Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Hahawa. Yeptem Lanawa. Hashabbat. Bashalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
Okay. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Bahaya, Ma'aya, Yabua'a, Aizoya, Yabua'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemaya, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Ana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashawamah, Yashua, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemah, Makol, right, Yashemah, the Pasha, Yahweh, Yashemah, Hawalakya, Wabu'aya, Ma'aitha, Wa'ai, Walam, Aman.
I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. And so like Credo. Shema Yasharala. I'm sorry. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
Hold on a second. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemaya, Kodash, Hayab, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Wafka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayab, Aisha, Ratiza, Kawab, Hayab, Bashemaya, Nathananaw, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachna, Wafina, Kasalachna, Wafina, Wala'ab, Sabia no, Banisawan, Abo, Awashayna, Bayat, Right, Hayat, Lakat, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahathapa'arat, the eye will on you. Amen.
Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Ten Commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Akaya, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a, Tha'aina, Laka, Pasal, Wala'a, Tha'ibadu.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Tharachwacha, Shem, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a, Tharatiza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Tha'aina, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Tha'chamat, Ko, Asherah, Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Okay. Everybody, Yeshavim. Take seats. Take seats. You're good.
I really don't say.
I don't
say Jerusalem. We just never do it.
Well, Shamshawan does.
Yeah, I know.
This is we too. Anyway, I hope everybody's doing well today. Last week we had a very scathing review of Ahab. And we kind of like really banged on Ahab's character and how merciful the Most High was on Ahab. And it all ties back to Elijah and the lesson the Most High had for Elijah. That even though Israel was wicked and a lot of Israel had been corrupted, there's two aspects of this. One, the Most High still had prophets that were willing to serve him. And that there were still 7,000 who didn't bow their knees down to Baal. And then 2, even the ones who were wicked, the Most High still had enough patience and mercy with those individuals to not give up on them and to continue to give them as many lessons as possible to even show those individuals that the Most High was with them. So there was a lot of lessons that the Most High still had to teach Elijah and to teach the nation in general. What you gonna say, sir?
I was gonna say, we gotta be. When we say we had a scathing review of Ahab, it's not coming from we're just
judgmental.
It's easy to say you're a backseat driver. It's easy to be a person that
Monday morning quarterback.
Yeah, it's easy to be.
He should have threw over there.
It's easy to be critical of someone after the fact. After they say the past is always 20/20 vision.
Yeah.
Like you always see the past easier.
You mean the future is 2020?
No. They say
Hindsight is 20.
hindsight. There we go.
So you messed me up, man. I was like,
I'm remixing it. My bad. Hindsight
Yeah.
is 20/20. It's
Yes.
easy to see the past, but when you read the scriptures and you're going through every review of every king in the Bible, from the premise of the meritocracy of Israel, meaning that the strongest leader leads, right? So Moses, everybody was measured by
strongest in spirit,
strongest in spirit.
spiritually strongest.
Well, when I say meritorious, I'm talking about meritocracy. I mean the most skillful and well-rounded
In the spirit.
in the spirit of Christ.
That's
the
what
Most
I wanted to
High.
make sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not talking about we're not
Survival of the fittest
like
side.
whoever has the loudest voice,
Yeah,
the
that's
loudest
what I'm
voice, the
Mob
biggest
deep
muscle,
energy, yeah.
the most ruthless gets the crown. We're
Yeah,
talking about, that's Jake rules.
That's why I just want to make sure I clarify.
I'm glad we did. So I was saying is, when you're looking at it from the premise of the Most High, what he's dealing with, the most spiritually well-rounded, Moses was
The standard.
he was the standard that all the men were measured after his era. They were all measured.
Then
off of
it
Moses.
was David.
And when David came in power, every single man was measured after David. So we are required as men to measure ourselves after the strongest inspiration at the time period.
Even when you're reading Kings, all the kings were measured by David in their conduct. That's why it tells you even in Corinthians or Ecclesiasticus, where it says there was only 3 that were pure in heart of all the kings on earth.
God.
It was David, it was King Hezekiah, which you're going to read down the line, and it was King Josiah. Those were the 3 greatest. They had the purest heart and the purest intentions. So, back to the point. I just want to kind of, chop it back up on the point. We're still, 1 Kings 21, which we're about to go to, deals with one of the last lessons the Most High still has for Ahab to learn before enough is enough and he runs his course. Okay? Because Most High showed him that he was with him by winning this spectacular battle. Even in the face of fear and danger, the Most High used this particular battle to show Ahab that the Most High was with him. And in return, Ahab sat back here and didn't do away with Ben-Hadad the way he was supposed to scripturally. He made a decision to make a league with him and a friendship with him, versus allow the Most High to show Ahab throughout the entire that he was with Ahab, or if Ahab just repented.
Which David wouldn't have done that.
Exactly.
If he studied history.
But the Most High was also showing in the midst of teaching Ahab why the Most High had to give Ahab so many different chances, because you saw in Ahab's character how weak he was mentally and spiritually. At the sign of adversity, he was cowering down, ready to give up ribs, kids, gold, just off the sign of a battle. So now we're going to read in 1 Kings 21 about the field of Naboth and the land of Naboth and what transpired between Ahab and Naboth and eventually Jezebel. So let's get 1 Kings 21. All right, we're going to sit back and salute you in first. Shalom everybody online.
Shalom family.
Thank you for tuning in. We appreciate it. How was that, Croy?
Wonderful.
Hey, go for it.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Ban Yashahala.
Karaya, Shazamata, Banashar, Banyashara, I mentioned. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatah.
Yahweh Ba Hashem, Yahweh Shabbat.
Said it with a straight face too, man. I thought he was gonna smile a little bit, man. Okay.
Was the zone?
He's gonna be.
Okay.
Is he?
He's gonna be. He's supposed to be here.
Okay.
I
So,
might change clothes.
okay, let's get 1 Kings 21, chapter 1. Maybe chapter 21, verse 1. And we're gonna also in the Josephus, we're gonna go over Josephus book 8, chapter 13, paragraph 8. We're going to see if we're going to probably read through the chapter and then go read the Apocrypha too. I mean the Antiquities of the Jews and the Josephus. So 21 and 1, let's get it rolling.
1 Kings chapter 21 and verse 1. And it came to pass after these things that Naboth the Jezreelite had a vineyard.
So don't forget, Ahab had two residences. He had a residence in Samaria, which is the capital city, and he also had a residence in Jezreel, which was near the tribe of Issachar. It was the tribe of Issachar's territory. So he had a spot up in Jezreel. Read on.
Which was in Jezreel, hard by the palace of Ahab, king of Samaria.
Okay, so Naboth had a vineyard, and he was neighbors to Ahab. Okay, Naboth was neighbors to Ahab in Ahab's second home. Read on.
And Ahab spake unto Naboth, saying, Give me the vineyard, that I may have it for a garden of herbs.
This guy has a green thumb. So Ahab has a green thumb, and he's hitting up he's hitting up Naboth, saying, "Hey, let me get your vineyard because I want to plant some arugula in there." Whatever. He wants to plant arugula and some spinach out, and some onions and leeks out on his land. Read on.
Because it is near unto my house.
We're neighbors, and I can conveniently just walk over here and have my little like Moab hat, and I can dig in the dirt and do my gardening out. You know when you do a garden, you have your Moab hat so the sun doesn't mess with you out.
Yeah.
Big straw hat.
You know it's one of those big Hamite or African hats out. You're sitting back here digging green thumb and out, doing your gardening stuff out. That's what this guy does in the streets. No war, no fight, no nothing.
He valued convenience though.
Well, it was definitely that. So he wants to sit back and buy the neighboring land from the Naboth, right? Read on.
God. Because it is near unto my house, and I will give thee for it a better vineyard than it.
So he said, "Listen, I'll trade you and give you a better vineyard, but it's going to be out of the way. It's going to be out of the way, but I want this one because it's more convenient to me." Read on.
Or if it has seemed good to thee, I will give thee the worth of it in money.
Or I'll just pay you out, bro. I'll cash it out and pay you a good amount of money for the parcel.
Cash out.
Read on. Yeah, I'll cash out you the bread, bro. I'll cash out you the bread so you can get the land. I get the land. Now listen, Naboth's response was honorable and noble. Read on.
Verse 3. And Naboth said unto Ahab, The Most High forbidded me that I should give thee the inheritance of my fathers unto thee.
We weren't supposed to sell property like it was Zillow, bro. These guys operate like it's Zillow.
Yeah.
He says, "Yeah, I saw it on your MLS, and I want to sit back here and cop this land because I saw it online on Zillow."
What's your price?
Yeah, what's your price? We don't sell property in Israel at those times like it's some real estate in the city. Yes, I.
No, because I was gonna say is because the land.
You're not supposed to remove your landmarks. So your landmarks are supposed to be maintained from generation to generation.
Sure,
That's why there is the year of Jubilee, and even if you have debts to work off the land goes back to your family in those 50 years. Because it wasn't supposed to be buying and selling your property. Most High split and separate everybody's land based off their family line. So their children, their children's children, their grandchildren, they can sit back and live on their ancestral plot through the generations. What you gonna say?
I got those right here. Proverbs 12 and 26. Proverbs 12 and 26. This is a proverb.
I hope so.
No, this situation is a proverb.
Okay, there we go.
Proverbs.
It's like Proverbs 12:26. This scripture's a proverb. Like, I hope it ain't. I hope it ain't a song. I hope it's not a song. We'd be in trouble.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 26.
Uh-huh.
The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor.
This man's thinking about the Most High, thinking about his ancestors, not taking the money because it's about the money.
Yep.
Not getting a bigger land. Well, I sold the family land out, but we got bigger property, guys. I don't know why you're not happy.
Yeah.
I made a deal.
We're in the country now.
We're in the country now. We came up, guys. I made a deal. I made a good deal. Right?
But the question is, whose land did he sell it to? Whose land was that? That's somebody else's inheritance.
Exactly.
If you think about it, I'm selling it to you from another person, but that other person, that was another person's inherited land.
Exactly.
So why'd you give it up in the first place?
That's the mind of a wicked man. But the righteous man is more excellent than his neighbor. His neighbor being Ahab, right?
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
But the way of the wicked seduceth them.
I'll give you a better piece of land. I'll give you a good price.
Let's make a deal.
Because the seduction is about compromising.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna compromise what's right in the eyes of the Most High because I want this because it's easier and convenient for me. Israel does it all the time. Israel will sit back and choose comfort over principle. Naboth would have got a better price, better deal, bigger land, but Naboth was about principle. Ahab was about convenience. It just still shows you about the character of Ahab and why the Most High felt it was necessary to give him more time and more lessons to kind of get the big picture of what serving the Most High is.
So, just want to bring up one scripture on that
Mhm.
point. 1 Samuel chapter 8 verse 10. 1 Samuel chapter 8 verse 10. Just showing how this is what the Most High knew would happen in the first place. When Samuel was telling the children of Israel not to elect a king. Read that.
Yeah.
1 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 10.
Go ahead.
And Samuel told all the words of the Most High unto the people that asked him of a king.
Go ahead.
And he said, This will be the manner of the king that shall reign over you. He will take your sons.
He said there's going to be some stipulations that this king wants
Yep.
that you're not going to like. You're not going to like the fact that when it's time to go to war, he's going to take your sons. Now, that's not just in biblical times. That's in modern day times. Because during the Vietnam War, who was getting took?
Black kids.
Black and Hispanic kids.
Yep.
And even in England, during the 17th century, they took peasants and artisans. Artisans were manufacturers. These were
Laborers.
woodworkers, blacksmiths, laborers, woodchuckers, lumberjacks. These were artisans and peasants. Those were the ones elected in the British Army.
Yep.
So
You were a serf anyway, so
You
you
was
had
a-
to just
yeah.
do what you were told.
you had no control. You just had to get elected, drafted, and try to dodge draft or dodge the draft and get out of the country.
You had to get out of the country.
You had to get out of the country because if not, you going to war. That's why a lot of our young black Hispanic young men was being tunnel rats and just infantry soldiers,
Sucks.
just getting bullet sponges. Read on.
Come. This will be the manner of the king that shall reign over you. He will take your sons and appoint them for himself.
And what else? Jump down to verse 16.
Verse 16 reads, And he will take your men servants and your maid servants and your goodliest young men.
No, verse
You
14.
got
I'm
14,
sorry.
that's what I was saying. 14
Yeah,
is the one.
Verse 14, And he will take your fields.
And that's what's happening right now. He's gonna take whatever he wants that he feels like. Man, I like that. I like that. That's a bad sign when you hear a king tell you, "I like that."
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
And it also takes a lot of courage for him to say, "No, sir, I decline your offer."
yeah.
That takes a lot of courage and faith in the Most High.
Huh.
Because you're sitting back here and trying to be a man of principle and honor with the Most High, but the wrath of the king is coming right behind you.
He got soldiers. He got infantry.
He got more guns than you.
He got guns. His money's up.
His money's right out.
What's gonna stop him from taking it?
Right.
So he said he'll take your fields. What else?
And your vineyards
And your vineyards. Go ahead.
and your olive yards,
Man, go ahead.
even the best of them.
Anything of value
Yeah.
that he thinks is valuable, he's going to take it.
Good for him.
If he like it and he thinks that it's better than what he got, then why shouldn't I have it? I'm the king.
Yeah.
I'm the king.
Why shouldn't I have that? I'm the king.
He says, this is what you're choosing, versus choosing just men of principle that was going to guide you strictly by the servitude of the Most High. Yes, my Lord.
In that situation, if would agree with thine adversary as far quickly, would that fit in that situation?
Yes, but no, because this is your ancestral lot. And you know, the truth
principles, huh?
is, this is principle. Listen, man, you don't know what you're getting. You don't know that the person listen, Ahab could die any day. So when Ahab dies, right? Whose land was that before Ahab bullied the other guy off his land? You see how it becomes like a conundrum, bro? So okay, this Ahab dies. He must have bullied that land from somebody. Whose land did you just give it to? He could have been another guy from another country and on another tribe and land. He comes back and says, this is my land. Now you're screwed either way because people didn't buy and sell real estate. People don't. That's the point. People didn't buy land and sell land. Your land was your land in perpetuity. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the nations did. We didn't do that.
Damn, that's crazy.
So he's asking this man to go really be out of pocket. So that's the point.
You look at Florida right now, Clearwater, Florida. They got about 300 African American cemeteries sitting under the parking lots of different buildings, highways, roads, community centers, swimming pools.
Cover them up.
They covered them up. They covered up about 300 to 500 bodies still in coffins under the street,
That's horrible.
under the parking lot, under the medical centers, under the neighborhood community centers, under houses.
That's crazy.
They removed the tombstones.
They removed the tombstones and said we're going to remove the bodies to expand on the land.
They never did
They
that.
never moved the bodies. They moved about 11
It's too
out,
much work.
11 out of 500
They just put foundations.
and just
over.
poured concrete over them.
That's the worst, bro.
That's crazy.
That's what happens.
And it, when you sit back and give up your freedom and power to another nation or to your enemy or to a man in general. So we get this in verse 14. This is the consequence of giving people power that they shouldn't have. Okay, yes, I.
It's really selfishness and greed too.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
But it's selfish, greed, comfort, convenience, the whole nine.
And,
So let's go back. Let's go back. I don't want to take it too far. So let's get to
First Kings.
1 Kings 21 and 3.
Okay, come on. 1 Kings chapter 21 and verse 3. And Naboth said unto Ahab, the Most High forbidden me that I should give the inheritance of my fathers unto thee. And Ahab came unto his house.
Check out what Ahab did. This is another verse that just shows you the kind of dude Ahab was. So Ahab came into his house after Naboth said, no, sir. Polite. Read on.
Heavy and displeased because of the word which Naboth the Jezreelite had spoken to him. For he had said, I will not give thee the inheritance of my fathers.
Well, he's mad because he said, I don't want to give you the inheritance the Most High gave me. Read on.
And he laid him down upon his bed.
So listen, after Naboth told him no, Ahab went on his bed. He went back on his bed, laid in his bed. Read on.
And turned away his
This
face.
is his pillow. This is the winner. He didn't get me in the land. This is what he's doing. He's in the pillow. You're soaking.
Yeah. That's real childish.
He's a child. Huh? He's an emotional child. He's pouting his ass off. He said he laid him down upon his bed. Read on.
And turned away his face. And will eat no bread.
I'm not going to eat because I'm mad.
Wow.
This isn't fair.
I'm gonna stop.
Spouting.
I'm not going to eat dinner. I'm not going to eat din tonight. This dude's a chump, huh? This dude is really soft. He's not going to eat din. I can just angry. Because he didn't let me buy his land.
He's pouting.
He's pouting. I'm not going to eat din. You want applesauce? No. No, I don't want applesauce. You sure? Here's the train. He's like, I'll take some applesauce. This is Ahab, bro.
Wow.
He's soft, he's pouty, bro. He's a weak dude. He's a weak guy. Anyway, I hope I painted that pouting image pretty good.
You gotta scratch his back while you talk to him.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, David. We're gonna rub some tussin on it. It's gonna be okay. Read on.
Verse 5. But Jezebel, his wife, came to him.
So now his woman comes in here and sees him pouting. And he has all the windows closed.
All the drapes.
Yeah, and all the drapes. His room is all dark. You know that.
But Jezebel, his wife, came to him and said unto him, Why is thy spirit so sad that thou eatest no bread?
What's wrong,
sad,
baby?
baby.
What's wrong, baby? Why you crying? Why you mad? What's wrong? Why you so upset? Listen to what he says, huh?
And he said unto her, Because I spake unto Naboth the Jezreelite, and said unto him, give me thy vineyard for money, or else.
I was nice to him. I was really nice, and he didn't buy the land from me. He didn't take the deal. Read on.
If it please thee, I will give thee another vineyard for it. And he answered, I will not give thee my vineyard.
And that's why I'm mad. I tried. I was a good boy. He just told me no. Read on.
And Jezebel, his wife, said unto him, Dost thou not govern the kingdom of
Ain't
Israel?
you a king? Gee, why you being a little bi? Why you being all soft? Ain't you the king? Aren't you the king? Why you being all emotional? And you cry. You locking all the doors, cutting all the lights. Cut off all the candles. You didn't have no lights. It was candles.
Yeah.
You close all the windows and drapes. It's candles, G. There's no natural light in the room, huh? He blew out the candles and he's in his bed. Put his covers over his head.
We might disturb
Silk
that.
jammies.
Yeah, he's in silk jammies out.
Silky John,
He got little fluffy slippers on that. Little king slips on. Let me stop being a jackass. I'm just trying to show how soft this dude is, huh?
You should say, soft raiment belong in king's houses.
Brother, he was rolling soft, man. And soft raiment, he had a soft spirit to match that soft raiment.
Smooth, yeah.
Golly, this dude is soft as tissue out.
Yes.
Let's keep going now. Let's keep going. Listen, I'm putting this together. How he was kissing the king's ass last week. My brother. What? He was being the Superman pleaser, and he was ready to give up his land, his cows, his money, his power. Everything about him was weakness, huh? So, listen what Jezebel does, like a damn G she is. She's rugged, huh? Read on.
And Jezebel, his wife, said unto him, Dost thou now govern the kingdom of Israel? Arise, and eat
Man,
bread,
eat, man. Don't worry about this. Read on.
and let thy heart be merry. I will give thee the vineyard of Naboth, the Jezreelite.
Listen, I'll handle the dirty work. Like this. I'll do it.
Yeah.
She's like, I'll handle this shit. Don't worry about it. You smile. You be the little puppet king you are, man. Smile and prance and eat you some snacks out. Get some gummy bears for you, bro. I got you some gummies out.
Yeah.
you know, gummies make everything feel better when you was a kid out. Gummies and juice boxes out.
Yeah.
That man, you was angry, you get a juice box, it wasn't as bad out. So listen, keep reading that.
Verse 8. So she wrote letters in Ahab's name, and sealed them with his seal, and sent the letters unto the elders.
You think that was the first time she used the king's seal to get something done out? She been doing that. She been using the king's seal to get real man's business done, because he ain't getting it done. This dude's interested in asparagus, and cucumber farms, That's what this dude gives a damn about. Fruits and berries, She's about doing king's business. Read on.
And to the nobles that were in his city, dwelling in Naboth.
So I'm sending letters to all the nobles and the heads of the city of Naboth. Read on.
And she wrote in the letters, saying, Proclaim a fast, and set Naboth on high among the people, and set 2 men, sons of Belial, before him.
So what it says, proclaim a fast and set Naboth on high, put him on trial. We're going to put this dude on trial. We're going to sit back here and put a case on him. You're going to put a case on, we're going to put a case on Naboth. This is gangster shit. I was going to say it, but I chose not to say it. I was going to say 23-hour lockdown. Penalty bay. I'm putting cases on all of y'all. That's what I was thinking. I just didn't want to say it, but this is how she's rolling, She said, man, we're going to put cases on this nigga, This dude's done. This is what's happening, She's rolling like a straight G, But I was thinking the same thing, Listen, anyway, I'm not going to go there. But listen, this is what's happening, And then, proclaim a fast and set Naboth on high amongst the people. We're going to put a case on him. Give me verse 10 again.
And set 2 men, sons of Belial.
So we're going to sit back here and get 2 false witnesses. 2 bad dudes out. 2 worthless men. Worthless men are just men who have no character and don't stand for nothing. We're going to get 2 dudes that's going to be false witnesses against Naboth. Read on.
Sons of Belial, before him, to bear witness against him, saying, Thou didst blaspheme the Most High and the King.
So we're going to get two men, because you got to have witnesses to justify a verdict. We're going to get two liars to sit back here and set up Naboth that he blasphemed the king and the Most High. And then once we set this guy up, he going to get killed, and the land's ours anyway. Read on.
And then carry him out and stone him that he may die.
That's a horrible way to die, just getting stoned to death, You're going to dodge a couple of them things. You ain't dodging all of them, You're going to get knocked out to death. That's the worst thing ever, We know.
And the men of his city, even the elders and the nobles, who were the inhabitants in his city, did as Jezebel had sent unto them, and as it was written in the letters which she had sent unto them.
Hold verse 11. I want to kind of go into Josephus. Give me Josephus, book 8.
Chapter 13, paragraph 8.
Yes.
Page 239.
Read that.
9. Now there was one, Naboth, of the city Izar, Jezreel, who had a field adjoining to that of the king. The king would have persuaded him to sell him that his field, which lay so near to his own lands, and what price he pleased, that he might join them together and make them one farm. And if he would not accept of money for it, he gave him leave to choose any of his other fields in its stead. But Naboth said he would not do so, but would keep the possession of that land of his own, which he had by inheritance from his father.
So he wasn't even going to take a better deal, because it was about honor with him and not the money. Read on.
Upon this, the king was grieved, as if he had received an injury.
As if he received an injury? You know, this shows you that he was used to getting everything he wanted. He was a spoiled brat. And if he didn't get what he wanted, it was an attack against him. It was an injury. It was injurious just because he was used to getting his way all the time.
But not when the king come in and saying everything that you have is mine.
Exactly. That's the thing.
That's an injury.
Because that was more, because he showed more power than him. When there was people that had less power than him, he got what he wanted. When he was the dominant force, he could just get what he wanted all the time. I keep thinking about that Braveheart king. That guy had all these robes and fancy outfits and colors but he had no backbone and no spine. That's Ahab. Read on.
When he could not get another man's possession, and he would neither wash himself.
So now we know he didn't even take baths. He was just funky and smelly in his room. Pouting. It was worse. It was everything we said and worse. Read on.
Nor take any food. And when Jezebel asked him what it was that troubled him.
Why you smelling, bro? Why you wash your ass, man? What are you doing, Read on. It's the truth. Why don't you wash yourself, man? Why are you pouting? Read on.
And why he would neither wash himself.
That's what I'm saying. Read on.
Nor eat either dinner or supper. He related to her the perverseness of Naboth, and how, when he had made use of gentle words to him, and such as were beneath the royal authority.
He says, I used gentle words. I could have just took it. I could have been rough. And he still didn't take the deal. Once again, it just shows you he was used to getting
nicely. It's those people that think that they can talk to you nice
and get what you want. Just because I was nice, yes.
Just because it's that nice manipulation.
Thank
you said it really nice to me, so I'm supposed to concede, even though this is against principles. I don't care. Have you yelled, you scream, you flip, or you talk very nicely. Right is right and wrong is wrong. But some people have the belief, because I spoke to you nicely, it's supposed to happen like this.
I said with all due respect.
Please.
That's true, man.
Just because I said with all due respect, don't mean like the message is right and my intentions are right.
Yeah.
Is that?
It showed you that Naboth was not a simple dude, because the scriptures say the simple believe in every word, so he wasn't no simple dude.
Well, that and he was just Naboth had principle.
Yeah.
Naboth had principle. That was what Naboth had. And this guy thought because I talked nicely to him, Naboth was supposed to give me what I wanted.
He wasn't like Esau, who in Hebrew is called a profane man. You know what I'm saying? For one morsel of meat, sold his birthright.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That's a profane, unholy person.
Mm-hmm.
They don't consider that my inheritance is worth anything. That didn't matter them down to Esau. Esau was hungry right there and there. I want some red meat.
Yeah.
Give me that pottage that you sodding right now.
Damn. That means if he would have sold that land, that means he would have been no different from Esau.
Right, and which the Most High calls a profane man.
And Ahab was like, I have royal authority to do what I want to do. Like we read in First Kings chapter 8. I can take the field if I want. I tried to buy it, and he still didn't give it from me. So read on.
It says, and he had not obtained what he desired. However, she persuaded him not to.
Now, real quick. Now, David bought land from somebody, but what was the pretense behind it? Remember when David bought land from somebody? Remember when that death angel was killing people left and right because David did the census? And David was the angel was like, you better sit back here on this ground right here and make a sacrifice because everything is going to be dead. All my friends are going to be dead in Jerusalem. Remember, he said he was going to sit back here and destroy Jerusalem next. He took out like 80,000 people in a pestilence. And he was heading down to Jerusalem and he said, Most High repented. And then he said, the death angel told David, you better sit back and make a sacrifice. Then David went to the man that would own that property and said, listen, man, I'll buy it. I have to make a sacrifice here. Remember that? Mm-hmm. And that location where he made the sacrifice ended up being the foundation of of the temple. So he did that, but he did it for a righteous cause. Everybody was about to die that night. That's different than what Ahab's doing right now. That makes sense? Okay. Let's continue.
Line 357. However, she persuaded him not to be cast down at this accident, but to leave off his grief and return to the usual care of his body. For that she would take care to have Naboth punished. And she immediately sent letters.
But it also showed you he didn't even have the spine to do the negative.
Yeah.
He wanted to do the negative. He didn't have the spine to do it. He never had the heart to do the negative. She told him, okay, I'm going to sit back and punish him. And he let her do it. He was so weak. Listen, you know, he's like one of those guys that want things to get done but don't want to get his hands dirty. I don't know if you ever saw that movie Kingsman out, where Samuel L. Jackson was that guy with the lift, and he was a billionaire guy, and he was wanting to just kill all the people in the world, but with those cell phones. But he was like, "Oh, you killed a person." Remember the chick was like this killer. She was a massive killer. Like, oh, it's bloody. You killed a person. She says, "That's what happens when people die, man. Blood goes everywhere." He's like, "I had test violence." He's like, "You're killing the whole world, but you're telling this person, oh, this violence is getting under my skin." This is how Ahab is, huh? He doesn't want to see the blood, but all he cares about is the what? The results. Do the dirt. I don't care how it gets done. Just get it done so I get what I want.
But I don't want the guilt.
A lot of people are like that. What's that?
I don't want the guilt.
I don't want the guilt. I don't want the guilt, and I don't want to sit back and have to fight my conscience, the guilt, the conscience, and I don't want to get my hands dirty. But I want what I want. There's a lot of people like that.
Strong lust.
Strong lust, but I want to still be the good guy. I want to be looked upon like the good guy. That's why he was able to sit back and bend to Jezebel and bend to all these people as serving gods. I want to be loved. I want to be loved. I want to be liked. So how can I be liked and still get what I want at the same time? I want to kill Naboth, but I don't have the heart to do it. So you do the dirty work, Mom, and I'll go plant my arugula. This is how he's rolling. Okay, so let's continue. It's just showing you about people in general.
And he should let it go because you're planting your herbs and blood, man.
Well, he didn't care. Listen, I didn't do it. I didn't kill him. She killed him, so it didn't matter.
As long as he get what he wants.
As long as he get what he wants, and I don't got to get my hands dirty. This is his character. Read on.
Line 358. And she immediately sent letters to the rulers of the Jezreelites, in Ahab's name, and commanded them to fast and to assemble a congregation, and to set Naboth at the head of them, because he was of an
illustrious. So
family.
now Naboth was wealthy, he was well known, and he was respected in the Israelite community, in the Issacharite community. So now I got to sit back here. I got to frame this guy, because he had the respect of the entire congregation.
Because he had principle.
There we go. Now how can I break this guy of principle's name? I have to stain his name.
Also during this time, was it like, this is 9.5, right?
Yeah.
Was that in that time period, in the 9.5, was they still like not following the Most High?
Not
in total?
like the Most High said, there was still 7,000 men who didn't bow their knees down to Baal.
Okay.
So if this guy was noble, he was noble. Okay.
Yeah.
So now, of these noble families, he brought all these noble families together. She had to find a way to break him down and to discredit him, to justify taking the land. Read on. But this is how Esau does it now. You have to sit back and discredit a person's name, then you take all his money. Then you break it. You break them by destroying their name first. There's scriptures about how a name is more valuable than rubies and riches. Having your name and the respect that comes behind your works is more important than having all the money in the world. So she has to soil his good name first. Read on.
And to have 3 bold men ready to bear witness that.
Now the scripture says 2, so we're going to stick with 2 sons of Belial. Josephus says 3. Read on.
That he had blasphemed the Most High and the king, and then to stone him and slay him in that manner. Accordingly, when Naboth had been thus testified against, as the queen had written to them, that he had blasphemed against the Most High and Ahab the king, she desired him to take possession of Naboth's vineyard on free cost.
Right, so on top of it, she got it on free cost. Because she sat back here, stained his name. She sat back here, stained his name, going to stone him, and then she's going to take the land just on GP. Read on.
So Ahab was glad at what had been done.
And that's the point. He's happy. He didn't want to get his hands dirty. He knew what she was going to do. He knew what she was capable of. He didn't have the heart to do what he wanted. He didn't have the guts to sit back and do the dirt. But he'll let somebody do the dirt for him. That's weak. If you're going to do dirt, do dirt. If you're going to be a crime boss, be a crime boss. If you're going to be spiritual, be spiritual. Listen, I didn't do a lot of crime boss shit in the world, but if in the world, you ain't going to get respected if you ain't got the heart to do the dirt, to pull the trigger. Am I right or wrong? You got to have the heart to pull the trigger, or you ain't going to be respected in that realm either. This guy had no honor either way, bro. He was just weak across the board.
He was deluded.
He was weak in the left, and he was weak in the right. He wasn't a man of principle at all. He operated and lived in the middle. And the Most High says you're either going to be hot or cold. The lukewarm just gets spewed out. Anyway, so let's keep going. No, let's go back in the scriptures. Let's go to 1 Kings 21 and 12.
1 Kings chapter 21 and verse 12. They proclaimed a fast and set Naboth on high among the people. And there came in 2 men, children of Belial, and sat before him. And the men of Belial witnessed against him, even against Naboth.
And Moses says about not being a false witness. He says it all the time. That's the worst thing you can do. That's why the Most had to get the sons of Belial to do this. These negative, crooked people that will do anything for $1. Read on.
In the presence of the people, saying, Naboth did blaspheme the Most High and the king. Then they carried him forth out of the city and stoned him with the stones, that he died.
It's crazy, bro. Read on.
Then they sent to Jezebel, saying, Naboth is stoned and is dead. And it came to pass, when Jezebel heard that Naboth was stoned and was dead, that Jezebel said unto Ahab, Arise, take possession of the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite, which he refused to give thee for money, for Naboth is not alive, but dead. And it came to pass, When Ahab heard that Naboth was dead, that Ahab rose up to go down to the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite to take possession of it.
Now listen, this is also where it says Ahab was happy that he got the news. This is what he said in the Josephus. So now let's read verse 17.
And the word of the Most High came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying.
Now this is one of the last times that Elijah actually does any more prophesying for the Most High. Okay. Now don't forget, we read in chapter 19, the Most High said he wanted Elijah to anoint the new king of Syria. He wanted Elijah to anoint Jehu, the new king of Israel, and he wanted him to train and call Elisha his new protege. Right?
Yeah.
So far, he only did the first, or the third thing, which is getting Elijah training Elisha, his protege, to replace him. Mm-hmm. He never got a chance to do the other two things. Mm-hmm. What he did, he was told, I guess, to go finish what he started with this whole process of Ahab. And you're going to see why the Most High chose Elijah to go deliver this message to Ahab. It was a reason to this. It was a reason. Read on.
Verse 18. Arise, go down to meet Ahab, king of Israel, which is in Samaria. Behold.
So now, whatever the hell happened, he went back all the way to Samaria at this particular time. Once he got his land, he just had his land and went back home to Samaria. He makes even no sense. I don't know. He was in Jezreel. He got his farm. Then he left back to the city. So how much did he value this man's life? Just have access to vegetables, bro?
It's about his way.
This is horrible,
it's
bro.
About that's what he cares about.
This guy has had for easy access to vegetables. He sat back here and killed a man and just ruined a family's life.
And that's the problem with having weak people in power.
Kinda.
That's why the Most High requires the meritocracy.
Kinda.
Because men with inferior desires,
policies, ways.
Yeah, inferior ways. They do things like this.
Yeah.
Because it's important to them. It might not be important to people like regular people like us.
Or to the Most High. It might not be important to the Most High.
It was an issue. It affected his ego.
Yeah.
Probably his ego, man. This guy
His own ego.
This guy over here sitting here.
He told me no.
Yeah, you can't take no.
No, he couldn't. He couldn't. Anyway, he couldn't take no, but he wasn't tough enough to enforce the respect.
As a king, you gotta be like, okay, listen, man. Everybody got. Scripture says from the him that wear a linen frock to him that wears purple. Everybody gotta be humble in some capacity.
To the Most High. This was about the Most High. This was the Most High standard he should have bowed to. This wasn't about a man at all. So we got this right. So give me verse 18. So the Most High tells Elijah to do what?
It says, arise, go down to meet Ahab, king of Israel, which is in Samaria. Behold, he is in the vineyard of Naboth, whither he is gone down to possess it.
Okay, so now he went from Samaria to Naboth. Read on.
And thou shalt speak unto him, saying, thus saith the Most High, hast thou killed and also taken possession?
So listen, he set the order up, so he did kill. He still killed this man, whether he actually made the call or not. He knew Jezebel was going to sit back here and execute the order, so he's the one who killed him. Okay, so listen, he's telling, the Most High is rehearsing to Elijah what to tell Ahab. Read on.
And thou shalt speak unto him, saying, thus saith the Most High, in the place where dogs lick the blood of Naboth, shall dogs lick thy blood, even thine.
So this is the prophecy. In the same place where the dogs were licking the blood of Naboth, it's going to be the same place where the dogs lick your blood. This is what the Most High told Elijah to tell Ahab. Now that's in the city of Jezreel, right? Because in the city of Jezreel was where they were licking Naboth's blood. It says so in Jezreel is where I'm going to say it this way. In the city of Jezreel is where his blood's going to be licked. Okay, so what would you think the prophecy is? What do you think this prophecy is saying?
It's basically, I'm going to kill, you're going to die in the same place you set this man up.
Yep.
But you're going a little bit further than that?
No, I didn't know. That's exactly what I was expecting.
Okay.
You said that Ahab is going to die exactly in the same place that Naboth died, right?
Right.
Keep that in mind as we continue in the chapter. That's very important to hold on to.
Come.
So, read on.
Verse 20. And Ahab said to Elijah, Hast thou found me?
Hast thou found me? Read on.
Hast thou found me, O mine enemy?
Why does this guy keep taking Elijah so personal? See, this guy's always got bad news for me. Whenever he sees me, he's got a problem with me.
Because he only sees the man. He doesn't see the Most High within the man.
That's the point.
He only sees the man himself. He can't identify that the Most High sent Elijah every time.
He's like my enemy.
Yeah.
He always out for me. This guy's always on my head.
Yeah.
He's sitting back here and commanding the Most High not to bring water down. He comes here, he embarrasses my Baal prophets. This guy always comes to me with bad news. My enemy. He says, so you found me, my enemy. Read on.
And he answered, I have found thee.
He says, yes, I have found you, my guy. Your enemy has found you.
I don't like you either.
Listen, you already know Elijah still ain't let this shit go about what happened when he was walking down. It was 200 miles and running, huh? 200 miles and running. Listen, literally, this man was 200 miles and running, huh? Elijah, he was getting the hell out of here because of this guy, huh? So read on.
Because thou hast sold thyself to work evil in the sight of the Most High.
He said, I'm here because you sold yourself to work evil in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. Don't forget, the scripture says, he that despiseth not man but the Most High. So Ahab saying, Elijah, my enemy's here. What he's really saying is the Most High, my enemy, is here. He's despising Elijah, but really he despises the fact the Most High is coming to deliver him a message. Ahab still has a problem with the Most High.
It's crazy.
But a lot of times it's reflected in his issues with the individual right in front of him.
Right.
Okay? So, read verse 21.
Behold, I will bring evil upon thee, and will take away thy posterity.
Now listen, he says, so the verdict is, the Most High is going to bring evil on Ahab and take away his posterity. What's the posterity again? Your family line. Listen, the way the Most High completely ends a person is he takes away your family. That's the end. That's like the biggest curse that you see when you read the scriptures. It's the taking out of the family. Remember when Eli was allowing his sons to be dirtbags and take extra meat from the flesh, using flesh hooks and taking the extra meat out of the pots and taking advantage of women in the priesthood. At the priesthood, or using their power to their advantage. How did the Most High break Eli? He said, "I'm gonna sit back here. You're gonna die." But there's not going to be any more people from Ithamar taking the realm of leadership. That's how you get broken. You eliminate the familial lines and the generational power. That's how the Most High finally breaks somebody. That's how the Most High destroys somebody. It's one thing to take a person out. The bigger curse is to take the family line out. Okay? So this is what the Most High is saying to Ahab. I'm gonna bring evil on you and take away thy posterity. Read on.
And will cut off from Ahab him that pisseth against the wall.
The scary thing is I'm gonna take out all the men. That's how you take away the posterity. You kill the men off so that there's no more remembrance of the Ahab family line.
No more positive memory.
That's how you break a person. That's how the Most High ends a person in general. No more line, bro. You're done.
This is why Most High gonna do it to Esau.
And that's the thing. Exactly.
He takes that same premise. He deals with men. He's gonna deal with Esau the same.
As a nation. That's how you know when he's done with you. Yes, he lets you run your course, and sometimes that course is long. You'll sit back and read about Baasha. I think he lived like hold on a second. Baasha was a dirtbag, and the Most High Baasha was like get rich and die trying. That was Baasha. That's how he rode. And he let him live reign 24 years. But after that, he wiped them out completely. That's how the Most High deals. The ones he really has a problem with, he'll let you run your course. And then he'll end you completely. Like it was Ahab. He had a 21-year run. Then he ended up. Yes, sis, you had a question?
No, would that be the same as stating don't fear who could kill the body, but who could kill the body and the spirit are the same as putting it in the angle of vengeance is the Most High. You make sure you stay on point because nobody's getting away with it.
I like the first one. How the Most High will sit back and kill the body, and so he'll kill your entire lineage. So you have nothing left. So this is how he ends people. Okay, he'll let you run your course and then wipe out your entire family. So he's sitting back here and telling Ahab, I'm about to cut you off and your entire family off. Right? Read on.
And him that is shut up and left in Israel, and will make thine house like the house of Jeroboam.
He did the same thing to Jeroboam. He wiped out Jeroboam's entire masculine lineage. He just exited him out. That's how he broke in. He let Jeroboam run for 20 plus years. Then he started killing all the sons. And it was no more of the house of Jeroboam. This is how he breaks negative people. He lets you run your course all the way, and then wipes you out so that your next generations don't have any more shots, no more time. What you gonna say?
No, just through the generation, like he says in the Exodus. But you don't have to go there. Just the Most High said he'll curse to the third or fourth generation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So the Most High won't. If he don't punish you now, he'll punish you later down the line.
Come.
That's why it's more to fear about the Most High just in this present day life.
Because
the Most High punish your seed after you, and then after your grandchildren, your great grandchildren, your great great.
You won't have any of them.
Yeah, curse them all down the line.
Because you know why it talks about if the something is off, the whole root's off. It was it's in Ecclesiastes somewhere.
It said what the Most High made crooked cannot be made straight.
Yeah, something like that, exactly. And the Most High, he said, Ahab's so crooked, your children gonna be crooked. All your generation gonna be crooked. So I gotta nix y'all out. So this is what Elijah is telling Ahab. Him and his posterity are gonna be gone really soon. Read on.
And will make thine house like the house of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha, the son of Ahijah.
Remember we talked about Baasha. It was the same way. He took out his entire family line too. Read on.
For the provocation wherewith thou hast provoked me to anger.
So once again, the provocation is the countless times the Most High tried to reach out and show Ahab, this is why you should serve me. This is why you should come back to me. And how he provoked him to anger by constantly not listening to the multiple times he reached out. That's how we provoke the Most High. Every single time, there are certain times in our life, each and every one of our lives, that we know the Most High was there. And that we know the Most High looked out. I know we all have an experience or two or three that we know the Most High was there. But then we'll sit back and take that experience and then still do our will. We'll take that experience and forget that experience and continue to do wicked. That's a provocation. Because this is what Ahab keeps doing. The Most High showed Ahab multiple times that the Most High was real. And he continued to deviate from the Most High's way, time in and time out.
The root word provoke.
I know.
Yeah.
That's what it is. The provoking. I'm going to keep pissing the Most High off, even though I know the Most High's tried to reach out to get me to see him. But this is what we do all the time.
This is a similitude to how he does the nation.
God.
As far as us as a nation, Most High talks to us.
He talks to us by showing us that he's real and he's got our best interests in mind.
As a nation, completely.
Yeah.
And then guess what? Okay, since you don't want to listen, you're going to fall in battle. He sends kings against us. He sent the Romans against us, the Syrians against us,
Yep.
the Babylonians against us. And then we have to live in the consequence of the losing those wars. And right now, where we at right now? We're in the consequence of losing wars. General Robert Lee, General Custer, for Gad and Reuben,
Yep.
right? And listen, some of Judah too, because a lot of us escaped and had to blend in with them. And still lost.
Reuben Town.
Yeah. So we're still dealing with the after effects of losing to generals and losing to kings. And we're in this condition now. It's just over periods of time. It's the same exact formula. I'm not going to defend you. Here comes the king. You're going to fall in a battle. You're gonna have to sit here and adapt to a losing warfare, losing land, losing resources. You gotta live your life in that.
But the loss comes after the provocation.
Come.
The loss comes after the provocation. When the Most High is showing you and He's pleading with you and He's trying to be there for you and you reject it. And then once we provoke Him by rejecting Him, after we know without a shadow of a doubt it was the Most High. It's not like these incidences that were shown to Ahab. Ahab didn't know the Most High was there. You saw physically fire come down from heaven and consume the righteous sacrifice with water under it. It was full of water. It was a trench full of water. The wood was drenched with water. The sacrifice was drenched with water, and the Most High consumed it all. And the Baal prophets, nothing happened. That was one. Two was how the Most High sat back here and rescued Israel from these Syrian wars. 2 separate occasions. There's no doubt. There's no doubt the Most High is there and He's real. Y'all understand? So now, after He continues to manipulate things, He continues to go against the Most High's way and policies. He knew what the law on land rights was. He knew we didn't buy and sell land like that. He knew that, and He still manipulated His way. So now you've provoked the Most High to respond. Now you provoked Him to respond.
Provocation.
So now I got to sit back here and respond to your wickedness. I'm going to take you out, and I'm going to take your children out really soon.
Verse on top of that, to expound on that point, how we keep pushing the Most High to come against us. Get Ecclesiastes chapter 5 verse 5 in the Apocrypha. And then get the definition of propitiation. Somebody else get the definition. Let's read the verse.
Ecclesiastes chapter 5 and verse 5. Concerning propitiation. Propitiation.
What's the definition of propitiation?
I don't think you're going to win.
The act of appeasing wrath and conciliating the favor of an offended person. The act of making the atonement or atoning sacrifice offered.
So it's an atonement offered to the Most High. It says the atonement or atoning sacrifice offered to the Most High to assuage His wrath, which means to dissipate and calm His wrath and render Him propitious to sinners. So he's saying that concerning making sure that you don't keep provoking the Most High to anger, what are you going to do to atone your mistakes so that you can pacify the wrath of the Most High? He said the one thing that man could do, read that verse again.
Ecclesiastes chapter 5 and verse 5. Concerning propitiation.
Go ahead.
Be not without fear.
See, what happens is, if I stop being afraid of the Most High, and I stop being afraid to make mistakes, and I stop being afraid, I start getting bold, and I started getting insolent, or indolent. I'm not afraid of making mistakes. I got away with it once. I got away with it twice. So when I stop being afraid of making mistakes or pissing the Most High off, what happens? Read on.
To add sin unto sin.
He said, I start adding sin on top of sin. You start stacking sins up. When I'm no longer afraid of the Most High, I start stacking sins up on top of sins and on top of sins and on top of sins. That means I'm not worried about the Most High being angry no more. When you look at what Ahab did, even by way of his woman, already in the 10 Commandments, right? It says, thou shalt not covet anything that is what?
That neighbor.
That neighbor. That's one sin. What did he covet?
His neighbor's land.
The vineyard, the field. That's one sin right there. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's possession. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. That's 2 right there.
Yep.
So
he still hired the sons of Belial.
Yeah, Jezebel still set up them 2 men to have him falsely accused and set up. That was false witness. That's 2 sins. Thou shalt not kill.
Yep.
That's the 3rd sin. Thou shalt not steal. How did he steal it from him? He had him killed. And already in 10 Commandments, you almost got half. Yeah, you got half already. You definitely got half already checked off the box.
That's crazy, bro. That's horrible.
And that's just in that short amount of time. Look how many sins he added up and stacked on top of each other in just that one incident because of that field. It said concerning propitiation, meaning calming the Most High's wrath down. He said, "Be not without fear."
You see how it was written? You got to make, and like you explained it perfect. Is he says, "Be not without fear," which means you have to have fear,
Right.
so that you don't keep adding sin to sin. Now, what you're saying is perfect, because we're going to see towards the end of this chapter the Most High's mercy on him, because of how he reacts to the final judgment, and how it all ties into the lesson with Elijah. It's going to all tie in. So you said it perfect. Let's kind of keep going to kind of get a little more clarity in this. Read on.
1 Kings chapter 21 and verse 22. And will make thine house like the house of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, and like the son of the house of Baasha the son of Ahijah, for the provocation wherewith thou hast provoked me to anger, and made Israel to sin.
Yes, read on.
And of Jezebel also spake the Most High, saying, the dogs shall eat Jezebel by the wall of Jezreel.
So, he said, Ahab, they going to lick your blood. The dog's going to lick your blood. He said about Jezebel, the dog's going to eat Jezebel. He said the dog's going to eat her flesh. He said, your blood's going to get licked up. But this woman's flesh is going to get tore up. She's going to be out there hanging out, rotting for a little bit. And the animal's going to sit back and be sniffing around and tugging away at the meat. That's gross, huh? Because what is he showing you? How a person dies, the Most High, he will give you a dishonorable death. There's a clean death, and there's a dishonorable death. He's showing you the things that matters to the Most High.
Yeah.
Did you die clean? Or did you die in some damn back alley, bro? In Whore Alley. Well, where'd you die, bro? How did you die? What were the circumstances behind your passing?
Because there's a judgment.
That's the point.
People die, they go to judgment, and you waking up and you're like, man, dogs just ate my body. You already lost his judgment. You already know. You know his judgment.
And that's the
It's
point.
not favorable.
And that's the point. It's how you pass too. So let's continue.
Verse 24. Him that dieth of Ahab in the city, the dogs shall eat.
Mm-hmm.
And him that dieth in the field shall the fowls of the air eat.
So he's explaining to Ahab how all his family members are going to die. If you're in the city and you're of Ahab's seed, the dog's going to eat you. If you're of his seed and you're in the field, the damn birds are going to eat you. It's going to be all dishonor. Read on. It's a bad verdict across the board. But read on.
But there was none like unto Ahab, which did sell himself to work wickedness in the sight of the Most High, whom Jezebel his wife stirred up.
Mm-hmm.
And he did very abominably in following idols.
So it wasn't just the corruption, the inward corruption. He followed idols. He allowed Jezebel to enforce the following of idols. That's what made Ahab's reign so worse. Is that not only was idolatry allowed, it was enforced. Now teaching the Bible and being about serving the Most High's commandments was frowned upon now. The enforcing of the idolatry was why the Most High had to sit back here and bring about the famine. It wasn't just you're free to choose what you want. No, they were enforcing a negative policy. It was another notch past what Baasha and Jeroboam were doing. Read on.
Come.
What you gonna say?
No.
Read on.
And he did very abominably in following idols, according to all things as did the Amorites, whom the Most High cast out before the children of Israel.
We know they served Baal and they served Astarte. Read on.
And it came to pass, when Ahab heard those words, that he rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his flesh, and fasted, and lay in sackcloth, and went softly.
So what is this? What is verse 27 saying?
He
humbled down.
Yeah, he humbled down. I was going to do it.
He humbled down and he took the check finally. And we're going to read some good information in the Josephus, but I want to finish verse 28, 29, and see how the Most High used this as a lesson to Elijah. Read on.
Verse 28. And the word of the Most High came unto Elijah the Tishbite, saying...
No, I don't want to do that yet.
Come.
I want to read in Josephus. Let's get back to the Josephus first. So it said, so Ahab was glad at what had been done. That's where you're at. I don't know what number that is.
So
Ahab, this is still Josephus,
okay,
book,
yeah.
Chapter 8, book 13, chapter 8.
Yeah, 360.
Okay?
Come. So Ahab was glad at what had been done.
He was glad at Naboth dying and him getting the land. Read on.
And rose up immediately from the bed wherein he lay.
He showered up. He was playing some music. He was playing some Southside. I don't know. I'm just messing around. He was 9.5.
Fabuloso going on.
I guess a Fabuloso. He plays some Jenny Vivera. It's stupid. La India.
You know what's crazy?
He was jamming out.
He already was laying on his bed with his face turned. So when he had heard it, it was just like...
Yeah, he was pouting all over the spirits. I got my land.
Yeah.
Party time. What we having for dinner? I want the extra pork. Every time. Pork chops tonight. You know he was breaking laws, huh? Let's keep going.
To go
I want the pork with the apple in his mouth. I want that shit, B. With his whole flesh like this. I want that. We celebrating tonight. But we don't. Let's keep going now. Come on, Papa.
And rose up immediately from the bed wherein he lay to go see Naboth's vineyard.
It was my vineyard.
Yeah.
Read on.
But the Most High had great indignation at it and sent Elijah the prophet to the field
The
of
crazy
Naboth.
thing is, now this kind of brings together. So as he was, obviously he was in Samaria when it happened.
Yeah.
So he said, I'm going to go check out my land. Check out my vineyard. So as he was going to sit back here and celebrate his prize, guess who's here? God damn Elijah's here. Damn that. Well. That's what I'm saying, right? He sits back and meets it right at the same time. He's like, I can't even enjoy what I just got.
Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy, huh?
Finally have enjoyed sport.
Most High is phenomenal, huh? But let's keep going. You're not going to bask in the glory of what your victory is, huh? It was a BS victory, huh?
Yeah. He didn't even plant none yet. He didn't even get to enjoy.
He didn't get no asparagus, nothing, Papa.
You know, I gotta read this Proverbs 9:17. You know that mentality is that a lot of people get that mentality when they feel like they won.
Yeah.
Proverbs chapter 9 and verse 17. Stolen waters are sweet.
It says what?
Yep.
Stolen
Yep.
waters are sweet.
When you steal something, it's extra good.
It feels good. Oh,
Yeah.
you doing dirt?
Yeah.
It's behind closed doors, that?
Yeah.
It's the best.
It's the best because you know what? And I'm gonna enjoy it, and I get to indulge, man. In my
That's
flesh.
stealing. That's adultery.
Yeah.
That's all that stuff, huh?
Yeah.
Stealing, it's the sweetest when it's behind closed doors and nobody
Or
has to know.
Nobody does.
Yeah.
That's when it's the best.
You're like, man, that's my song.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. There's that evil energy. I'm sorry, keep going.
No, it
It's
is.
the truth, huh?
It is. That's it. A lot of people feel like they hit a lick.
It's good.
I hit a lick,
Yeah.
and when they feel like they hit a lick,
No, I don't need it. We're good.
Okay.
We're good for a little bit.
when they feel like they hit a lick, man, they excited, they super excited.
Yeah.
Smile.
It's-
I
yeah,
won.
I won.
They lost.
You know what I'm saying? Why you in such a good mood? I just hit a lick. You know what I'm saying? Our people love hitting licks, bro.
Yes.
That's our people. Read on.
It's crazy, bro.
Stolen waters are sweet, and bread eaten in secret.
It says
That's
bread
that
eaten in
secret bread.
secret, bro.
I know.
That's the taboo.
I know.
Our people love taboo.
They do.
They love to dabble in things that they shouldn't be dabbling with.
Yep.
They'd like to do secret dirt.
Yep.
Behind closed doors feel extra fun.
Yep.
It's extra invigorating and exciting.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's extra. You get extra emotional. You got
Yeah.
butterflies in your stomach. I hit a lick. I feel great. Nobody knows what's going on but me. That was your main thing. You know what I'm saying? That was your main thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But this is what Israel do. Israel, to this day, Israel still do this. Read.
And bread eaten in secret is pleasant.
It's pleasant, bro. He was expecting to indulge and enjoy that field. He had all kind of plans. He had imaginations. He had thoughts of what he was going to do to it. You know, he already had it set up in his mind, that field, and how he was going to lay it out.
Exactly.
And that's how a lot of us do. We have this. I got it. Now I got this excitement of how I'm gonna put this thing in motion.
Yep.
And the Most High just blows on that plan.
God, bro.
You know what I'm saying? And now people just get shocked all of a sudden. How did the Most High know? You know what I'm saying? How the Most High smashed me all of a sudden?
Yep. It came out of nowhere.
Came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Exactly. But read on, because the Most High's eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun.
Right.
But let's keep reading the Josephus.
Line 360. So Ahab was glad at what had been done, and rose up immediately from the bed wherein he lay, to go see Naboth's vineyard. But the Most High had great indignation at it, and sent Elijah the prophet to the field of Naboth, to speak to Ahab, and to say to him that he had slain the true owner of that field unjustly. And as soon as he came to him, and the king had said that he might do with him what he pleased, for he thought it a reproach to him to be thus caught in his sin. Elijah said that in that very place in which the dead body of Naboth was eaten by dogs, both his own blood and that of his wife should be shed, and that all his family should perish, because he had been so insolently wicked, and has slain a citizen unjustly and contrary to the laws of his country.
So he said, because of your sin, the people that you love are going to all perish. That blood's going to be in your head. Read on.
It also shows Israel has a dog problem.
Dog problem. That's hilarious.
Yeah, dog problem.
There packs of wild dogs running
around. He got
around.
dogs all over the city. In the southern,
there must be feral dogs too. They're feral.
You know, black people don't take care of animals like that. The dogs are
like the east side, all those dogs are on the east side. It's like why dogs just rolling in packs of 4 or 5.
Much, man.
We got dogs out here.
They're hungry too. They're hungry as hell.
They can't wait for somebody to die. I hope you're wicked. I hope you're wicked. I hope you're another day. I can't wait till you can say that. You must have a lot.
That's so funny.
There ain't no animal carrier on Israel.
The triple combos out.
Yeah, you saw these pictures. The dogs are like.
They put them in cages. These animals just roaming out.
Like, man, whatever.
You saw the dogs in the house.
Yeah, in their bedroom. Shit, they have dogs in their bedroom. That's what Esau got at.
He's an outside dog. He's an outside dog.
These are all out. They roam the streets. They're not even in the backyard, bro. They're roaming out.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Knocking over your trash can.
That's how you know it's Israelite. It's like those Israelite problems, huh? You have packs of wild dogs left and right out.
The east side is always dogs just rolling out.
Always, east side is plenty of this animal dogs, They're hungry. They're kind of mangy, Anyway, let me stop. So we're good, That was good. But let's keep going on this. There's an important part I want to drive here.
Line 362. Whereupon Ahab began to be sorry for the things he had done.
Now there's repentance in his head.
Because you take a loss.
But that's the point. But listen, okay. Now he starts to feel sorry for all the things he had done.
Yeah.
Now all the bullshit was catching up on. Now he's thinking about all the things he did wrong. Read on.
And to repent of them.
Because most of the time, this is when it takes to repent. You got to get faced with the fact that you're going to lose it all.
Yeah.
Not only you going, but all your children are going to be punished for your actions. That's when men and women start to reflect about their actions and decisions. So now he's repenting for all of his sins. Read on.
And he put on sackcloth and went barefoot.
And he says, and went barefoot. So he was really in a sorrowful, broken down state. Read on.
And would not touch any food.
Mm-hmm.
He also confessed his sins.
This is important. Now, not only that he was sorry, he actually went through the process of repentance. He's acknowledging his faults. He's acknowledging all the negativity he did.
It's one thing to get caught.
Exactly. You feel bad, you get caught.
That doesn't always mean you feel bad.
That's so he actually went through the actual motion of sackcloth, barefoot, and the confession of sins came right behind it. So now he's showing fruits, meat for what? Repentance. Read on.
And
It's ironic because Naboth's name means fruits,
Wow.
and he killed the fruits, man.
Yep.
He killed the fruits of the Most High.
Yep. Read on.
and endeavored thus to appease the Most
So
High.
now he endeavored after this point to start trying to make the Most High happy. Okay, read on.
But the Most High said to the prophet that while Ahab was living, he would put off the punishment of his family.
Stop. Hold that. Now we go to verse 29 in 1 Kings. Give me 1 Kings 21 and 28 and 29.
Come.
So what Josephus says is because he showed this humility and he acknowledged his sins, he acknowledged his wrongdoing. Let's go back to verse 28 and 29 now.
Come. 1 Kings chapter 21 and verse 28. And the word of the Most High came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, Seest thou how Ahab humbled himself before me?
So now he's sitting back here and talking to Elijah. He's like, now you understand why I told you to keep the course and not to give up on Israel. He needed time. He needed to get broke down to this level before I can sit back here and start showing him.
That's his rock bottom.
But that's the point. He had to see. He says, Elijah, this is why the Most High brought Elijah out. This last assignment.
Wow, man.
To give Elijah the understanding of where he was going crazy and being angry. Nobody's going through the shit that I'm going through. He's like, listen, man, Ahab needed more time.
That's crazy.
Now you see how he's humble. Now you see how he's walking barefoot. He's apologizing and he's confessing his sins. You just were mad that he wasn't doing this on your time. You were mad that when you was balling out and you was being on point and the fire came down from heaven, he didn't do this when you wanted him to do
He
it.
said, I'm jealous for you, Lord.
But he's like, no, it ain't about me, it's about you.
Right.
Because the lesson is here.
Ultimately, it just shows that Elijah kind of quit prematurely.
That was the point. And this is what the Most High was showing Elijah. You quit premature. Ahab needed 3 years. Don't forget, those wars between Syria were 2 years, bro. It was one, then they said the next year he's coming back. This was 2+ years, probably 3, after the entire process happened and went down with Elijah. He needed 3-4 more years before the Most High finally broke him, before life broke him, before the lessons started piling up.
It's just that people don't change when we want them to change, and it frustrates us.
Exactly.
And that's why the scripture says the patient of the godly shall not be frustrated.
God.
You know, if you're really looking at people the way the Most High looks at people need more time than the scale that you put them on. You know, we feel like, you know, well, you've been here long enough. You've been reading long enough. You know better. You know, you understand. You should understand already.
Nope.
People don't always change
when you want to change
on that scale.
Huh?
Thanks.
And this was the lesson.
People need the right humbling experience to change.
It's time and the right experience. And then people will sit back here and start to see the light. There is a scripture that I give me 1 second, because I was putting this class together yesterday. Matter of fact, I might have it. I have it. I hope I didn't take it off my notes. Yeah, I got it. It is in Ephesians 2 and 4. Ephesians 2 and 4.
Come. Ephesians chapter 2 and verse 4. But the Most High, who is rich in mercy.
The Most High is rich in mercy. He gives us time, man. He says he's rich in it. He got all the time in the world, and he's going to give you the time you need for you to figure this out, for you to come to your senses. And a lot of times, because the Most High is rich in mercy, we're what? We're poor in mercy.
That's true.
We're poor in mercy. We don't got the patience and mercy the Most High has.
Yeah.
Most High gave Ahab the time he needed for him to see, man, I'm a dirtbag, and you know what? I sat back here and caused my family peril. I gave my family a death sentence because I was selfish and I was in my head and I didn't appreciate the true power. And once again, he brought Elijah full circle so he can get the understanding of this. You're like, see, Elijah, it wasn't about your timetable. It was about his timetable. You have to be a servant And it's not about you. It's not about you getting anything out of this. It's about you being the messenger and you relaying the message as long as it takes. We're supposed to deliver the message because the message is supposed to be delivered.
Right.
Nothing more, nothing less.
It doesn't have to be delivered with our agitation.
Yeah.
Or our impatience.
And it can't be delivered with us having an expectation. People are going to say, man, Elijah, thank you for showing me this wisdom.
No,
Elijah, thank you for the understanding. Thank you for the understanding, Elijah. And you really showed me the light. That's what we want. Man, Elijah, you really dropped a hell of a class today. Elijah, your counsel was on point. You're not going to get that. Because you know what? The glory goes to the Most High. We're supposed to be waterers and seed planters.
Yeah.
Plant the seed, water the grass. The Most High gets the increase.
Yeah.
Scary issue is this moment of clarity could have been prevented.
Oh, I know that, but you know, yes and no. It couldn't have been, but he had to run his course.
No, for Elijah.
Oh, okay.
Listen, bro, Most High be talking to us. He be telling us, and we be not wanting to hear it. It's not like the Most High was trying to talk.
Well, the Most High dealt with him for 30 days in the mountain. 30 days in Mount Sinai, and he couldn't see it. But this is the message. Hey, Elijah, he did humble himself down. And you know what? And because Ahab humbled himself down, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give his family some more time. Ahab still got to die. But he says, but Ahab's not going to see his family wiped out. That's what I'm going to do for him. That's the Most High's mercy. That way, the Most High still gets the judgment that's deserved. But you're going to listen. Your family's going to face judgment, but you're not going to see it. And that's how the Most High shows mercy to us. I'll buy you more time. And that's what class is going to be to a certain degree about next week or this Monday, about how the Most High repents. He'll sit back here and give you, the judgment doesn't change, but just he'll stretch out the punishment to buy you time. This is how the Most High shows his mercy to us.
You know,
listen, Ahab should have been killed, and he should have sat back here and witnessed his family get wiped out. But he said, I'm not going to do that because of what you did. So what's happening is Ahab's humility changed or stretched out the Most High's judgment. Now I'm not going to do it at the timetable I was going to do it. I'll stretch it out because now you're humble. Because the point was, the Most High just wanted us to be humble in the first place. It wasn't about the punishment. It wasn't about the destruction of the person. He wanted you to learn the lesson.
Right. He says, say not, in Ezekiel 33, he says, say not that I have pleasure in the death of the wicked.
Come.
You know what I'm saying? But that the wicked should turn from their way and live. He said, why should he die in the house of Israel? So the Most High don't get no pleasure in watching us die. That's not the goal. It's to kill us off. He didn't create us to kill us off. He created us to live, but we're the ones that cut our own life short through our pride.
Yeah. But even with this, he's like, you know what, man? He got it. He figured it out. He still has to die, but now he knows. Because that was what it was about.
You know, a lot of that is like Jonah. Jonah was mad that he had to go to Nineveh, and then get swallowed up in the whale, get spit out on the land, and still had to go teach. And then teach the downfall of Nineveh, and then the Most High spared Nineveh. Then he was really mad
because they humbled.
Because they humbled down. They repented.
The same dynamic.
Yeah.
And see, don't give up the class on Monday, man. That's what I got ready for the people on Monday. It was Jonah 3. Hold it up. Hold up.
Sneak preview.
Sneak preview. All right, that's what I wrote. Yeah, I finished it up yesterday. He spent up all the good stuff.
30-second preview.
Snippets.
No. We didn't give it all to you though.
Stay tuned because Monday is coming on you.
We didn't tell you what type of well it was.
Was it a great white? Was it with other wells? Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. You gotta watch it.
That's hilarious. But and that's the thing. So the lesson was on both ends. The lesson was for Elijah to realize he had to learn mercy. He had to learn patience. He had to learn to give for free and wait till the Most High produce the results from the Most High breaking people down in their life. The thing is, you know what the lesson is? We got to teach. We got to be an example. And the Most High has to break the person down. He breaks him down. He provides the lesson. All we can do is be a good example, be a good teacher, be a good man in Christ. The Most High does everything else. What we had to do is remove ourselves as being the stumbling block. Don't be the stumbling block. Don't be the reason the person does negative. Remove yourself from the equation, meaning your bad habits, your bad actions, your bad works. Remove your bad works. So now it's just the individual and the Most High. So then when the Most High comes in and it's just her or him and the Most High, now the Most High's message has a greater impact. Now when a person screws up, they say, man, I violated the Most High. I sat back here and trespassed against the Most High. And because that's what the Most High wants. He wants that person to say, man, I was wrong. I confess and I was wrong to you, Father. And it was me, and I trespassed the Most High. It wasn't about, oh yeah, man, I did you wrong, Brother Salaki. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are us? We're nobody. It ain't supposed to be about brothers coming and saying Salaki to me. A person's supposed to say Salaki to the Heavenly Father for their trespasses. Remove yourself from the equation, and this is what the Most High was trying to tell Elijah. Remove yourself from the equation, bro. Now, you see how to use other prophets to get this person to see himself. But now, Ahab is humble. He's wearing sackcloth. He's walking around with no shoes. He's acknowledging his sins. And because of that, he's still going to die. But he don't have to see the fall of his family. Because what you do see is the next person that comes into power stays in the power for like 1 year, bro. Damn. His son comes into power for like 1 year. Crazy. That's horrible. And then he dies. He dies a violent, bad death. But at least his dad didn't have to see. Get what I'm saying? And he gave Ahab that level of mercy. So, read verse 29.
Verse 29. 1 Kings chapter 21 and verse 29 reads, Seest thou has Ahab humbled himself before me? Because he humbleth himself before me, I will not bring the evil in his days.
Listen, the evil is his family dying. All the men's seeds dying. Listen, there is evil coming to him in his days. He's going to die. Well, they're going to kill him dead. But the real evil is the generational evaporation.
I'm watching that.
Watching that is the greatest gut punch.
Yeah.
That's what he means. Like, he's not going to bring evil in his days. Read on.
But in his son's days will I bring the evil upon his house.
And that's the point. But that's the mercy. The mercy is you don't witness it because you showed humility. The problem is he showed humility too late to spare his family. He showed humility too late to spare his family because his evil deeds raked up too high. But with that, even if you show humility at the end, the Most High will sit back and give you a little penance, a little mercy. Now, if he would have changed earlier, when the Syrians were coming through, his children wouldn't have had to face anything. Right. Or if he wouldn't have killed Naboth, his children wouldn't have had to face anything. Y'all understand how the Most High thinks? And how the Most High gives you time? And if you just change, your circumstances can change with it?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, now we go back to the Josephus.
Come.
Let's read here upon Ahab.
Come. Josephus, Antiquity of the Jews, Book 8, Chapter 13, Paragraph 8, line 362.
Okay.
And page 239. Hereupon, Ahab began to be sorry for the things he had done, and to repent of them. And he put on sackcloth, and went barefoot, and would not touch any food. He also confessed his sins, and endeavored thus to appease the Most High.
Now, on top of the confession, then there was works behind it. He confessed, and then he endeavored to appease the Most High. He started putting works together to please the Heavenly Father. And it was too little too late. But that too little too late brought him at least the mercy not to get smashed, not to see his family get smashed. But he begins to try to sit back here and do right by the Most High at this point. Read on.
But the Most High said to the prophet that while Ahab was living, he would put off the punishment of his family.
So the Most High talks to Elijah and said, I'm going to sit back here and buy him time and give him mercy because he repented. And you know that was a cut to Elijah because, listen, he finally did repent. It just wasn't on your timetable, Elijah. Read on.
Because he repented of those insolent crimes he had been guilty of.
So while you're still hating on Israel, Israel still has the capacity to apologize and repent. So while you want fire and brimstone for their sins, and you just want murder, death, kill because they sinned, you don't know how to wait and allow my judgment to kick in when I want it to happen.
And look at us now. Listen, bro. We had to go all the way to 400 years, bro.
20 years plus, bro.
20 years plus of slavery just to now. Now I'm going to bring you out of captivity. Now I'm going to bring you out of slavery. It's the last slavery. It's the last.
And only a couple of us are trying to. It's not that many people trying to change. It's not. It ain't like you got to hold a nation of millions. It ain't like that. Huh? It's not. It's a handful of people trying to change, and we're doing a piss poor job of that. How about that? All these Jews wearing fringes. You think they all like gung ho and changing like a mug guy? Israel's still full of shit. Huh? Israel is sinning at an alarming rate. It's the truth. There's not much difference between the Jew and the Greek.
Yeah.
Or the Jew Greek, the Grecian, which is the black Greek. There's not much difference.
Hey.
Listen, the Jews are doing Greek shit and the Greeks are doing Greek shit. But the Jews are doing Greek shit with fringes. So the Most High, His mercy is out of this world. And, reading in 2nd Esdras, when the Most High was talking to Ezra, and this is after the fall of Jerusalem in 586 BC, he said, listen, the people back in the day, they were a fire. The Most High compared the caliber of men back in those days to a flaming fire. And he showed Elijah there was a flaming fire that passed by him. And then at the end was this smoke. He said the smoke represents your generation. You ain't nothing compared to the time of Abraham and the caliber of men during Abraham and David's time. You're smoke. Now what does that mean about us? Ezra was still a potent ass dude who was knocking out 40 days of fast like it was nothing. Ezra was out of this world. How about Judas Maccabees later on? What about us in the US of A? We're garbage in the spirit, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know another way that we're water vapor. I don't know. If Ezra's time was smoke, what the hell are we?
They residue.
Residue, water vapor. I don't know. Well, what else? Some whack gas.
Stench.
What's a whack gas?
Stench.
Yeah.
Pungent gas.
I don't know.
Ammonia.
Fart? I don't know. Shit is something bad.
Yeah.
It's nothing to the caliber of even the time of Ezra.
Wow.
So we've been diminishing year in and year out, time and time again. And the Most High has to have even more patience with us because of how weak we are. It's the truth, man. This is where we're at. So, let's continue in Josephus, bro.
Con. It says, because he repented of those insolent crimes he had been guilty of,
After he finishes this.
but that still he would fulfill his threatening under Ahab's son.
Listen, the judgment has to fall. Judgment is judgment. But the difference is he gave us time.
Yeah.
He gave Ahab a little more time so that you don't got to see the destruction of your family. And that was mercy. Okay, listen. Y'all got to go roll. It's that time. But let's get the next minute. Huh?
There's that last
Sabbath
sentence
time,
right there.
Hell yeah. You read next. No, you got to wait, man. You got to wait.
I'm bringing up the tail end.
Nah, well, you listen, in a little bit, yeah. Sabbath Adam is awesome, man. The storytelling boy side, you can't beat it. Matter of fact, let's do it. Let's do it. We need to do it.
Salute in Sabbath out. New Hebrew man.
That's a sound. Adam is phenomenal. Yeah, watch your feet.
Kinda. Adam Shaw Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
Adam, Shon Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashala. How much? Yahweh Hashem Yashabrakatah.
Yahaba Shem Yashabrakatamu.
I ain't gonna lie. That new Kanye symbol, I kind of like it. I like it.
Where does this come from? Where did Kanye come from?
Yeah, he had that little. He has the Star of David out with the
Cross inside?
swastika inside out.
Oh, does he?
Oh, I love it. It's a mockery, huh? That's a mockery.
This guy's melting down too. You know that, right?
Yeah, I was my dude.
He's walking around doing interviews with black mask on, his whole face is covered up. And Alex Jones.
Oh, he came out a couple weeks ago and said that he's a victim of MK Ultra.
He's saying a lot of things.
That's what he said. He came out and said, "Yeah, I'm a victim of MK Ultra."
Michael's gonna slay that.
He's a lot of things, bro. He was talking about Kim K and Chris Paul. This dude's going crazy.
Chris Paul woke up with bad and they like, oh.
They show memes of him like he's eating dinner and stuff like that. Oh, keeps ringing. Stupid. Anyway, let's continue teaching the word of Yeshua. Can we? It's all your fault talking about ye, man. You changed the whole spirit of the class. Okay, now we're going to jump to 2 Chronicles, chapter 17. Because before we jump into the title of the class is about who shall persuade Ahab to fall, we have to now go chronologically into the story of Jehoshaphat first. We got to give some story about Jehoshaphat and his situation, and we have to kind of bounce a little bit so that we can kind of stay on topic. Let's see. It is 2 Chronicles chapter 17, verse 1 through 6. Let's do it.
2 Chronicles 17:1. And Jehoshaphat his son reigned in his stead, and strengthened himself against Israel. And he placed forces in all the fenced cities of Judah, and set garrisons in the land of Judah, and in the cities of Ephraim, which Asa his father had taken.
So what he's doing is, Jehoshaphat, all the good kings, they strengthened their fortifications. They strengthened their walls, they strengthened their gates. Jerusalem was first, then they set back and took care of the other smaller villages and towns that were south of Jerusalem. And he's also taken some of the cities of Ephraim that King Asa, his father, had actually taken over. He's just fortifying against the northern kingdom because the beef was still real.
Yeah.
And that disconnect was a real thing. So Ahab's going crazy, killing people on bogus charges. And he's setting people up and doing crime boss shit. Jehoshaphat's doing things the right way. Read on.
And the Most High was with Jehoshaphat, because he walked in the ways of his father David.
And we talked about it earlier. All the kings were measured by David. All the kings were measured by the greatest king, David. Read on.
And sought not unto Balaam.
Like Solomon and Rehoboam and some of those guys in Judah were still serving other gods while trying to serve the Most High. Read on.
But sought to the Most High of his father, and walked in his commandments, and not after the doings of Israel.
So Jehoshaphat was great for that reason. He sat back here and was true to serving the Most High and the enforcing of serving the Most High. Read on.
Therefore the Most High established the kingdom in his hand, and all Judah brought to Jehoshaphat presents. And he had riches and honor in abundance. And his heart was lifted up in the ways of the Most High. Moreover, he took away the high places and groves out of Judah.
So this is how you know the difference between a regular king and a great king, because great kings were proactive in the serving of the Most High.
Yeah, it's true.
You'll see, good kings, they serve the Most High, they didn't break the laws, cool. The great kings, there was a proactiveness in themselves. Not only did they sit back here and do right, they sat back here and eliminated any other negative influences that could cripple the people. It shows that they had a greater love for the people, and they weren't just about them being in their own palaces and chilling out.
Right. They took away anything that could be a stumbling block for the people.
Yes.
Because the idols have always been stumbling blocks for Israel.
Exactly.
So any appearance of evil, it's almost like the equivalent of a good king being a good parent.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? In a sense.
Also, it's facts. Because they had to sit back, he sat back here, and all the witches, all the people that was about that negative had to get eradicated. And this is how Jehoshaphat showed his piety towards the Heavenly Father.
I hate to bring up Confucius, but actually Confucius said that. As a matter of fact, he said that all great kings of China should be like good parents.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? But if you care about your citizens, if you care about your people, your subjects, you'll look at them like, man, I got to make sure that I don't put anything that could cause them to stumble in their way.
To corrupt them. Exactly.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do, is that verse 6?
Con.
We're going to hold this and go to Josephus, book 8, chapter 15, paragraph 1. Book 8, chapter 15, paragraph 1.
Antiquities? Antiquities?
Mm-hmm.
So we are skipping 14?
We already read 14 last week.
Gotcha.
The way they did it, for some reason, they did Naboth before the fighting with Syria.
Chapter 15 and paragraph 1.
Mm-hmm.
And these were the circumstances in which Ahab was. But I now return to Jehoshaphat, the king of Jerusalem, who, when he had augmented his kingdom, had set garrisons in the cities of the countries belonging to his subjects, and had put such garrisons no less into those cities which were taken out of the tribe of Ephraim by his grandfather Abijah.
Mm-hmm.
When Jeroboam reigned over the 10 tribes, than he did into the other. But then he had the Most High favorable in assisting to him, as being both righteous and religious, and seeking to do somewhat every day that should be agreeable and acceptable to the Most High.
That was good. He says every day. He's seeking to do something every day that should be agreeable and acceptable to the Most High. That's the mindset we have to have. Every day, can I pursue doing something that the Most High wants me to pursue? Every day, can I commit? Can I commit myself to doing something agreeable and acceptable to the Most High? Read on.
The kings also that were round about him honored him with the presents they made him, till the riches that he had acquired were immensely great, and the glory he had gained was of a most exalted nature.
So what it was showing you is because he made a policy of doing that which is right. Scripture says, when a man's ways please the Most High, even his enemies be at peace with him. The surrounding emperors would give him presents, were at peace with him. There was no wars and beefs between the Bedouins in the south and the Egyptians, the Syrians. It was all peace with everybody around him because he was in order with the Most High. Read on.
Now, in the 3rd year of his reign, he called together the rulers of the country and the priests and commanded them to go round the land.
The crazy thing is this. I don't know if you've noticed this, but the reoccurring theme from the time of Rehoboam on is they all started good for, well, I'm talking about the kings of Judah. The kings of Judah all started good for 3 years. Then they started losing their damn mind. Remember, Rehoboam was a good king. He set up garrisons. In the 3rd year, he just let Sodomites run free and he didn't give a shit no more. I don't know if you remember that, but I remember that. It's like that 3rd year was the determining year to determine what kind of a king you really are. Yeah, your first couple years, you do the business of Israel, fortifying things, securing things, reestablishing infrastructure. But once infrastructure is maintained, then you kind of find out where a person's heart's really at.
Well, the answer is for us, Israel. The parallel is what do you do after your zeal, after that initial Israelite zeal, and that zeal of Christ, and I can't believe I'm Israelite. Now I know I have my history.
And after you're stable.
Yeah.
Once you're stable, once you're secure, how do you live then?
Yeah.
Once you're comfortable.
Yeah.
Once you're comfortable, and you ain't stressing on bills no more. Or for him, I don't have to worry about kings around me. I'm cool with all the kings around me. I got fortifications if Ahab is tripping. The foreign nations around me are cool. I'm at peace. Now what do you do? Is it about serving the Most High?
When you're good.
When you're good. When everything around you is good.
I see that.
If this is what Rehoboam was. So Rehoboam did the same thing in his first 3 years. Fortified this, he was on point. Then he got sloppy. Then he started following idols. And that's when them Ethiopians rose up and started busting his tail and opened a damn, forced him to open a damn kingdom and took all his goodies. So, after the third year, what happens to Jehoshaphat? Read paragraph 2 again from the top.
God. Now, in the third year of this reign, he called together the rulers of the country and the priests, and commanded them to go round the land and teach all the people that were under him, city by city.
That's power. Now he's enforcing the reteaching of the law. He's reestablishing in the entire southern kingdom why they have to sit back and reconnect to the laws of Moses. Read on.
The laws of Moses, and to keep them, and to be diligent in the worship of the Most High. With this, the whole multitude was so pleased that they were not so eagerly set upon or afflicted with anything so much as the observation of the laws.
He says they did it so well and they were so effective in the teaching. He says nobody was affected with anything so much as observe. He says that they were not so eagerly set upon or affected with anything so much as the observation of the laws. The only thing they were focusing on was observing the laws. The only thing that mattered was following the laws. But that was a taught approach. Listen, he lifted. The scripture says, as the head is, so are the what? So are the officers. So as he was setting the tone, his officers set the tone, the priest set the tone, then all of a sudden the people just locked right in. That's how he set and organized his kingdom. Read on.
The neighboring nations also continued to love Jehoshaphat and to be at peace with him. The Philistines paid their appointed tribute, and the Arabians supplied him every year with 300.
And the nations lock into us when we're in our complete power.
Come.
When they're not power, the people shall be willing.
But he, after the third year mark, is when he took it to the next level. He took it to the next level, and the Most High honored him. Read on.
The Philistines paid their appointed tribute, and the Arabians supplied him every year with 360 lambs and as many kids of the goats. He also fortified the great cities, which were many in number and of great consequence. He prepared also a mighty army of soldiers and weapons against their enemies. Now the army of men that wore their armor was 300,000 of the tribe of Judah.
That's a lot, bro.
Of whom Abner was the chief, but John was chief of 200,000. The same man was chief of the tribe of Benjamin, and had 200,000 archers under him.
So listen, Benjamin had 200,000, Judah had 300,000. They all had a captain for each, and then Benjamin had another 200,000 of archers. Read on.
There was another chief whose name was Jehoshaphat.
I don't know if those archers were those left-handed throwers or not. Read on.
Who had 180,000 armed men. This multitude was distributed to be ready for the king's service, besides those whom he sent to the best fortified cities.
So listen, he secured everything. Did everything right, militarily, structurally. He set back all the cities that were fortified. He enforced the teaching of the law. They were all in order. Okay? So, with that, hold that and let's go back to the scriptures. Let's go to verse 7.
2 Chronicles 17:7. Also in the third year of his reign, he sent to his princes, even Ben-Am, and to Obadiah, and to Zechariah, and to Nathaniel, and to Micaiah.
Nathaniel, awesome.
That's how it's pronounced.
I'm just messing with you.
Okay. And to Micaiah to teach in the cities of Judah.
I think so.
And with them he sent Levites, even Shemaiah, and Nathaniah, and Zebediah, and Ashiel, and Shemariah, and Jehonathan, and Obadiah, and Abijah, and Tobijah, and Tobodijah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Levites, and with them Elishama and Jehoram priests. And they taught in Judah, and had the book of the law of the Most High with them, and went about throughout all the cities of Judah, and taught the people. And the fear of the Most High fell upon all the kingdoms of the lands that were round about Judah, so that they made no war against Jehoshaphat. And some of the Philistines brought Jehoshaphat presents, and tribute silver, and the Arabians brought him flocks, 7,700 rams, and 7,700 he-goats. And Jehoshaphat waxed great exceedingly, and he built in Judah castles in cities of store. And he had much business in the cities of Judah, and the men of war, mighty men of valor, were in Jerusalem. And there are the numbers of them according to the house of their fathers. Of Judah, the captains of thousands, Abner the chief, and with him mighty men of valor, 300,000. And next to him was Jehonan, the captain, and with him 280,000. And next to him was Amasiah, the son of Zikri, who willingly offered himself unto the Most High, and with him 200,000 mighty men of valor. And of Benjamin, Elida, a mighty man of valor, and with him armed men with bow and shield, 200,000. And next to him was Jehoshaphat, and with him 180,000 ready prepared for war.
That's a lot of Judah and Benjamin ready to go to war. They were set. Read on.
These waited on the king, beside those whom the king put in the fenced cities throughout all Judah.
Now listen, let's continue.
2 Chronicles 18:1. Now Jehoshaphat had riches and honor in abundance, and joined affinity with Ahab. And after a certain
No, hold that. Matter of fact, before we do that, we need to read hold on, give me 1 second, because there's something that needs to be put in before we jump into that. Let's get 1 through 10. We're gonna go to Josephus real quick, and it's gonna be paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3.
Before we jump into the scripture part.
Okay. Jehoshaphat took his
Because
son.
we got to find out why did Jehoshaphat and Ahab even get connected in the first place? What tied them together? We know that the southern kingdom is rolling good, things are going good, the kingdom's prospering. But why is Jehoshaphat and Ahab even coming together? Because it doesn't really go into detail in chapter 18 how and why they came together. So, paragraph 3.
In paragraph 3. Jehoshaphat took his son Jehoram to wife the daughter of Ahab, the king of the 10 tribes, whose name was Athaliah.
Now we know the connection. It was a wedding. Read on.
And when, after some time, he went to Samaria, Ahab received him courteously, and treated the army that followed him in a splendid manner, with great plenty of corn and wine, and of slain beasts, and desired that he would join with him in his war against the king of Syria.
Now hold that. Now we go into scriptures.
Question: Was that Jezebel's daughter?
I don't know.
Because if that's
But he's still an Israelite. She's still an Israelite.
Yeah.
Because of the father.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I just didn't.
I don't know.
I never knew they had a child. But
Yeah. So now let's get 18:1.
2 Chronicles 18:1. Now Jehoshaphat had riches and honor in abundance, and joined affinity with Ahab.
They had started joining affinity when they had the marriage between the son and the daughter. The son of Jehoshaphat and the daughter of Ahab. Read on.
And after certain years, he went down to Ahab to Samaria. And Ahab killed sheep and oxen for him in abundance.
But the reality is you had plenty of ribs or daughters to send him to. Sending him up there wasn't a good play anyway. But anyway, so now Ahab's like, he's sending out the red carpet to Jehoshaphat and his men. Plenty of corn and wine, meats. Read on.
And for the people he had with him, and persuaded him to go up with him to Ramoth Gilead.
So he's like, listen, man. He's trying to like hype up Jehoshaphat. Listen, man. You have a big ass army. Your numbers are fire. Let's go ahead and just take out Ramoth Gilead inside.
What stage is Ahab in this one? Like, at what phase of this?
This is after he got the news from Elijah that he's done. Frank is finished. So that was why I kind of bounced where I bounced, because that what happens in the Gospels first. Now we had to jump and give Jehoshaphat's. Can you close the door?
Close that door.
Yeah. So now we had to jump into Jehoshaphat's process and beginning, and now we're leading to the end of Ahab and the prime of Jehoshaphat. To be specific, I want to sit back here and yeah, Ahab was on his last legs when well, the crazy thing is this. Yeah. Ahab, they were kind of in the middle at the same time. Jehoshaphat was in power, or Ahab was in power for a while. But obviously, Jehoshaphat had his children, they grew up. Ahab had his children, they grew up. Then it was time to marry. So it had to have been 10, 15, 20 years had kind of passed through before the marriages had kind of come in. Okay? So, that's where we're at. At chapter 18, Ahab is on his decline. And I will explain it more as we go into when they start dealing with, once he convinces Jehoshaphat to go to war with them, it'll all make sense. But Ahab's on his decline. He already took out Naboth in Jezreel. He already got his judgment by Elijah that he was going to be done away with. That judgment already happened. Okay? So, continue on in Kings.
Chronicles?
Chronicles, like you said. So 2 Chronicles 18.
And 3. And Ahab, king of Israel, said unto Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, Wilt thou go with me to Ramoth Gilead? And he answered him, I am as thou art, and my people as thy people, and we will be with thee in the war.
So that wasn't a good play, but Jehoshaphat agrees to go to war with Ahab to take out the Syrian king. Okay, so Jehoshaphat's intention was right. Well, Jehoshaphat was like, this is an opportunity that I can sit back here and bond and build with Israel. Maybe we can sit back and have peace amongst the northern and southern tribes. We're going to see if the Most High was down with this thinking, but you can tell Jehoshaphat had peace in his mind when he did this alliance with Ahab. We're going to see if peace is always the answer. If coming together amongst Israel is always the answer. We're going to see if that's really how the Most High wants it. Because we always hear about the unity and the unity and the unity and the unity. We're going to see if the unity is always the answer in the eyes of Heavenly Father. Okay? Let's continue.
And Jehoshaphat said unto the king of Israel, Inquire, I pray thee, at the word of the Most High today.
So Jehoshaphat, because he's about the Most High, listen, man, before you got me all hot and ready to go, ready to fight and kill, let's go make sure the Most High is going to authorize and authorize this process. Before we just jump haphazard into war, let's make sure the Most High is okay with this decision. Right? Read on.
Therefore the king of Israel gathered together of prophets 400 men, and said unto them, Shall we go to Ramoth Gilead to battle, or shall I forbear? And they said, Go up, for the Most High will deliver it into the king's hand.
So 400 prophets said, you know what? It's going to work, B. You know, go to Ramoth. These guys are going to be slain by the sword, B. Do it. Now, we're going to hold this because there's some information in Josephus that's important. So we're going to run from where we left off in Josephus 3 all the way to the middle of paragraph 4.
Okay.
So let's run this.
Do you want it from that he might recover him from the city, or do you have a...
No, and desired that he would join with him in his war against the king of Syria.
For those that just came in, with book 8, chapter 15, paragraph 3.
In the beginning of paragraph, let's read from the top.
Okay.
Might as well. What the heck?
3 from the top. Jehoshaphat took for his son Jerome to wife the daughter of Ahab, the king of the 10 tribes, whose name was Athaliah. Mm-hmm. And when, after some time, he went to Samaria, Ahab received him courteously, and treated the army that followed him in a splendid manner, with great plenty of corn and wine, and of slain beasts, and desired that he would join with them in his war against the king of Syria, that he might recover from him the city of Ramoth in Gilead. For though it had belonged to his father, yet had the king of Syria's father taken it away from him. Mm-hmm. And upon Jehoshaphat's promise to afford him his assistance, for indeed his army was not inferior to the other, and his sending for his army away from Jerusalem to Samaria, the 2 kings went out of the city, and each of them sat on his own throne, and each gave their orders to their several armies. Now Jehoshaphat bid them call some of the prophets.
So Jehoshaphat wanted Ahab to call some of the prophets just to make sure the Most High was going to accept this process, was going to accept this battle and this decision. Read on.
If there were any there, and inquire of them concerning this expedition against the king of Syria. whether they would give them counsel to make that expedition at this time. For there was peace at that time between Ahab and the king of Syria, which had lasted 3 years, from the time he had taken him captive till that day.
So there was 3 years had gone by from the time that he let him off the hook to this present day. Now remember we had said earlier that there was on a 3-year period from that time. That means it was 5 years that the Most High was trying to teach Ahab the lesson about his situation. Remember, it was 2 years of fighting Syria. There was 3 years after that before he had even fought him again. So it was 5 years total that the Most High was trying to teach Ahab about change. Okay, because Naboth, the situation with Naboth had happened in between these 3-year period also, in this 3-year period of peace. What I said makes sense? Okay, read on.
So Ahab called his own prophets, being in number about 400, and bid them inquire of the Most High whether he would grant him the victory, if he had made an expedition against Ben-Hadad and enabled him to overthrow that city, for whose sake it was that he was going to war. Now these prophets gave their counsel for making this expedition, and said that he would beat the king of Syria, and, as formerly, would reduce him under his power.
The crazy thing is if he would have took out and killed Ben-Hadad, there wouldn't be any issue with Ramoth Gilead anyway. If he just would have did the job 3 years ago. But continue.
But Jehoshaphat understanding by their words that they were false prophets.
This is crazy. Jehoshaphat could tell by how they were communicating to Ahab that they were false prophets. These guys really weren't on point. Like I guess Ahab kind of created them to be. These guys were false prophets. They were out the spirit. They really weren't locked in to the Most High. You could tell by their talking they weren't locked into the Most High, and Jehoshaphat knew that. These guys were bogus. Read on.
But Jehoshaphat, understanding by their words that they were false prophets, asked Ahab whether there were not some other prophet, and he belonged to the true power.
Were there any prophets that belong to the Most High? So there's these other prophets dabble.
That's a warning sign.
But he kept going because he was about the unity. Jehoshaphat was about the unity act.
Yeah, listen.
At all costs.
There's a garbage sign right here. Something's rotting in London.
Something's rotten in Denmark.
Denmark.
Something's rotten in Denmark. There's 400 prophets that they were sprinkling in some Baal wisdom out. They were sprinkling in some Asheroth wisdom out, along with the Most High. This is phony baloney right here.
That makes sense.
He's like, is there some prophets that just believe in the Most High out here in the streets? What kind of operation you rolling?
You know something was off, right?
But Jehoshaphat was about uniting, and he thought uniting was the answer. Right? So I mean, this is the truth. This is where Jehoshaphat's head was at. We're united. We're Israelites. We speak the same Hebrew. We're all in this together, right?
The corn is good.
Huh? The corn is good. The wine is good. We're smiling. We're all together, singing songs.
Yeah.
Singing Negro spirituals.
Yeah.
And 9.5 spirituals. So this is a good thing, right? But then he's seeing these people they weren't talking the same talk. You know what, Jehoshaphat? They're not the same mind as we are.
They're not the same spirit.
They don't think like we're not. They're not connected to the Most High, like we're connected to the Most High. But we speak Hebrew. We're all Israelites.
We all like corn.
We all like corn.
Serious thing, right?
We all like corn. We all follow the Sabbath. We're all following the Sabbath. But they're talking kind of some weirdo shit, and we're talking different. There's different standards of being an Israelite amongst us.
And he about to infect his own kingdom. Those garbage priests.
You're
Never mind.
getting us outside. I'm trying to foreshadow, like in the books. You foreshadow. You sprinkle things out there.
That's what
You
happens.
sprinkle things.
What happens in life?
There's foreshadowing. I'm trying to foreshadow the evil to come. So what's happening is, you looking around the outside, there's brotherhood, there's unity. We're all smiling, we're all together. But we don't have the same policies.
Yeah.
We don't believe in the same standard. But then Jehoshaphat is obviously seeing that these prophets and how they do things up north is different than how we do things down south. But he's looking beyond that because of the unity. That's a great word. It feels great. We all come together. united. But he's like, listen, man, these prophets they're not really about what we're about. So do you have any more prophets in this people that's about serving the Most High? Is there any more guys out here? So read on.
Continue from the top of that sentence.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
From the top of continue.
Just continue. What's that?
Where we at, sir?
Josephus, book 8, chapter 15, in the middle of paragraph 4.
Continued. Ask Ahab whether there were not some other prophets,
Page 242.
and he belonging to the true power, that we may have sure information concerning futurities.
So he's like, I need to get a real prophet so we can get some clear information on. You're mixing in this Babylon shit I can hear, and this ain't making no sense. So I need to make sure the futurities, meaning the future, is clear with a quality prophet. Once again, I'm just trying to say, just because we're Israelites don't mean we all see things eye to eye. This is what's happening. There's Israelites up north, and they look at things different than the Israelites down south. They have a different standard of how they do things. Let's continue.
Thereupon Ahab said there was indeed such a one, but that he hated him.
I hate this guy. This guy always gives me bad counsel. Don't forget, this guy he's talking about is Micaiah. Remember, Micaiah was the one that said, man, punch me in the face. And then the guy didn't want to punch him, and the lion went and ate him. And the next guy, he said, punch me in the face. And this guy had orbital fractures. This guy had real issues. He said, I'm going to hit the hell out of this guy because I don't want lions to eat me. So he busted this dude's whole face open. Swollen face. He wrapped his head up. And it was about the fact that the Most High was cursing Ahab because he let Ben-Hadad off the hook. And he said, now, because you let Ben-Hadad off the hook, it's going to be a life for life. You saved his life, that means you're going to die because you should have did the orders of the Most High. And then after we heard that bad news, what did Ahab do? Get this man. Throw this man in cells, cell block, 8. So he wasn't in jail. He's been in, no, listen, what's messed up? Micaiah has been in jail for 3 years. He talked about he hadn't fought Ben-Hadad for 3 years. So Micaiah has been in jail for 3 years, for doing the Most High's work, He's 3 years locked up for keeping it real.
Telling them the truth.
Telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So now Micaiah has to get hit and stung for 3 years because he told this guy the truth. And now Jehoshaphat's like, listen, is there anybody that's really about the Most High? And there's a guy in jail. He's been in for like 3 years. But you know what? He gives me badass information. I don't like that guy. So I'm just trying to set the background. Read on.
Thereupon Ahab said there was indeed such a one, but that he hated him, as having prophesied evil to him.
Is it evil or is it the truth?
He said evil.
Yeah, there you go. Read on.
And having foretold that he should be overcome and slain by the king of Syria, and that for this cause he had him now in prison, and that his name was Micaiah, the son of Imlah. But upon Jehoshaphat's desire that he might be produced, Ahab sent a eunuch.
He had to. He like, listen, I'm not doing this unless I get a true prophet. So Ahab had no choice to bring this guy's bad news.
You're going to war. You're putting lives on the line.
I know. He's like, listen, I'm not doing this just because you're a nice guy, you're a cool guy. That's not enough. Read on.
But upon Jehoshaphat's desire that he might be produced, Ahab sent a eunuch who brought Micaiah to him. Now the eunuch had information him by the way.
Had informed him.
Had informed him by the way that all the other prophets had foretold that the king should gain the victory.
He says, I'm telling you this so you can. I'm trying to fix the match. I'm trying to fix the game. I'm telling you, all the prophets said it was going to be a win. So you know what? If you want out this jail, you might want to say, it's Israel for the win. Israel in 7. You know what I mean? Yeah. You better sit back here and fix this game too. Israel in 4. Israel in 4. Israel's going to sweep. Read on.
But he said that it was not lawful, nor for him to lie against the Most High, but that he must speak what he should say to him about the king.
Exactly. So he's trying to get the fix in. Read on.
Whatsoever it were. When he came to Ahab, and he had adjourned him upon the oath to speak the truth to him, he said that the Most High had shown to him the Israelites running away, and pursued by the Syrians, and dispersed upon the mountains by them, as flocks of sheep are dispersed when their shepherd is slain.
That's crazy. Read on.
He said further that the Most High signified to him that those Israelites should return in peace to their own home, and that he only should fall in the battle.
That's crazy. So he's like, they're going to run to the hills, but the only person that's dying is you, B. They're going to lose, but they're all going to head to the hills, but none of the Israelites going to die. You're just going to fall tomorrow.
So was he leading from the front?
Nope. You're going to see.
Okay.
There's more to come. He's like, you're going to see the craziness that ensued after this. But listen, Micaiah is like, you're going to die. Nobody else is going to die. Read on.
When Caleb had thus spoken, Ahab said to Jehoshaphat, I told thee a little while ago the disposition of the man with regard to
this man got a listen, don't forget, he said the same thing about Elijah.
Yep.
Man, my enemy has come to see me. Now he's a Micaiah. This guy got beef with me. How, you forgot that quick the Most High was against you? There's a couple weeks you was walking barefoot on marble floors, huh? He was tiptoeing on his marble floors with barefoot. Now you want to sit back here and act like everybody's against you again? Do you see how quick people forget about change, Ak?
It don't take long.
He was humble like a couple weeks ago, Ak. Now he can't be told enough. This guy's out to get me. Read on.
and that he uses prophecy evil to me.
He's back at it, bro.
He's back at everybody's against me, Ak.
That's after you get counsel out and get order for like a week.
I would say 2 weeks. They're humble for 2 weeks. Then they're back being crazy again. You know that.
Upon which Micaiah replied that he ought to hear all, whatsoever it be, that the Most High foretells, and that in particular there were false prophets that encouraged him to make this war.
So listen, on top of the fact, he says you got to listen. He said, man, there are false prophets out here telling you the wrong answers. He said, there's false prophets giving you, there's 400 bogus guys out here, giving you bogus counsel. I'm telling it to you out your face. There's 400 liars in here, So now there's a lot of tension in this room, This is life or death counsel here, This is life or death. So, read on. No, whereas he must fight and be killed, right? No, where? There were they were false prophets.
There were false prophets that encouraged him to make this war in hope of victory, whereas he must fight and be killed.
Now hold tight. We're gonna hold that. We're gonna go back to 2 Chronicles 18 and 6 through 18.
In verse 6. But Jehoshaphat said, is there not here a prophet of the Most High besides, that we might inquire of him?
See, this is what verse 6 means. When it said, Jehoshaphat said, is there not here a prophet of the Lord besides, that we might inquire of them? What he was saying is there any prophet that's really about the Most High? Right. And it's not about these false prophets, these lies? Jehoshaphat could tell that the first 400 were lying.
Just yes men.
And they weren't in the spirit of the Most High in Christ. This is crazy. He was sharp enough to know that, but not sharp enough to realize just because you're Israelite don't mean you're supposed to be communicating with each other and dealing with each other on this level. It's one thing to love your people. It's one thing to respect Israelites all across the USA. It's another thing to sit back here and deal with interpersonal life or death matters with Israelites you don't know. Just because you're Israelites don't mean you're supposed to sit back here and fight side to side with people who ain't trying to change that you really don't know about. This is what's happening. You can sit back here and respect brothers with what they do. You can respect brothers for the life they chose, but you don't know what type of life, how serious about the Most High they are. And just because they say Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Thumb doesn't mean that there's somebody that's trustworthy like that. That you can put your life in their hands. That has to be earned. Trust and respect on that level has to be earned. And this cartoon idea of unity.
Yeah.
Oh, we're a nation of millions, can't hold us back.
We're all Jews.
Only 1 million inside. What are you talking about? We're gonna all be around here. You don't even know these guys.
You're gonna find the hard way.
You don't know if these guys are sitting like mud, but they got shields on. What does that mean?
Or brother salute you with a cigarette in his hand.
Yeah, because that happens a lot too.
Shalom, man.
But don't you dare cook nothing on Saturday. What kind of bullshit is this?
Yeah, but brothers have crazy.
It's the truth.
Brothers have crazy ass impractical philosophies that don't really apply into real setting in real time.
It's with the body that you're with.
You have cartoon philosophies that don't work in real time, or people won't have a camp. There won't be a camp. There won't be a school here with these philosophies. These philosophies work at other places. They work in other situations.
You try to mush all these approaches and mindsets together. It doesn't work.
You're trying to. It's like forcing. You're trying to mix gumbo with
goulash.
It's a goulash. It's goulash theory. Yeah.
It just doesn't work, bro.
You're
It's because you got some peas. Peas don't fit everything, bro. Peas and rice, and meat and chicken.
You're forcing all these
cheese.
flavors together.
Sauce. Like, what kind of sauce is this? This doesn't fit.
I'm about Worcestershire, barbecue,
noodles don't fit
ketchup,
with this rice, bro.
soy
What the hell is
sauce.
going
It's gonna
on?
be great. It's gonna be great.
Broth of abominable.
Barbecue sauce too. And you better get some Franks in there. Throw some Franks red hot
I
in
know
there.
you think it's crazy.
Gross,
I added just a little bit of fudge to this. I put a little fudge in this because they did a little chocolate flavor in the back. That's what I like.
Gumbo.
Like, bro, okay, bro, listen, bro. I like. Listen, if anybody likes it, I like it. But guess what, bro? They don't work for everybody. Everybody can't eat this, bro. We can eat this.
Hey, it's death in the pot.
It's death in the pot, bro.
It's the truth. It's the truth, and this is what Jehoshaphat is seeing. Jehoshaphat sees just these Israelites do things different, and they don't operate in the same mindset that we operate in. And Jehoshaphat's trying to say, man, is there anybody else who sees this shit clear? And then the crazy thing is, he gets the answer he's looking for. This is a bad move, bro. It's not going to work out for your nation or for your tribe. Stick to your tribe. If everybody isn't looking at things the same way, stick to your tribe. Stick to your zone. Just forcing these connections and these bonds is toxic. Because everybody's going to push their way, how they look at things. They don't realize how their way affects how we're doing things here, and vice versa.
And when the house burns,
but it's also vice versa. Because what we're doing here might affect what they're doing up there. It can cause anarchy on both ends.
When the house burned down, they just have the spirit.
Yeah.
So I didn't bless it. Not my problem.
Brother, and this is the whole point about this cartoon unity.
Yeah.
Listen, man, whatever the standard is here is different than this standard. Mixing standards is toxic. This is what the scripture here is showing. Mixing all these standards and approaches isn't beneficial to the body. So, Jehoshaphat's like, listen, man, the scripture did say that Ahab was trying to change. Now he's back to his old tricks. Jehoshaphat sees this one guy, Micaiah, saying, hey, this isn't going to work. Everybody's going to be running back to their spots, but Ahab's going to die. Right? So, let's continue.
And the king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat, there is yet one man, by whom we may inquire of the Most High, but I hate him. For he never...
He hates everybody that tells him the truth about himself.
That sounds like a
lot of Israelites.
The Jews. Right?
Yeah. No doubt. Right on.
You're not my friend.
Yeah.
We're not friends now.
Because I told you all.
We're not friends anymore.
Because you know what Israelites do is,
I lost your friendship.
I won't say anything about your negative.
If you don't say nothing about
You don't say nothing about mine.
Yeah.
There are so many Israelites that operate under that premise. We're brothers until you call me out on my issues.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're not brothers. That's how Ahab was
That's
operating.
the bond of Belial. I'm making it.
He's making that up. Like, it's not a real thing. Because when he said, like, damn, is that really a thing? The bond of Belial? Where did I read that before? Is there a verse that I read about the bond of Belial? There's no verse called the bond of Belial.
Yeah, we're just joking.
But let's keep going.
There is yet one man, by whom we may inquire of the Most High, but I hate him. For he never prophesied good unto me, but always evil. The same as Micaiah, the son of Imlah.
That I have locked up for 3 years. Read on.
And Jehoshaphat said, let not the king say so.
Yeah, listen, bring him in, man. I want to see the dude. Read on.
And the king of Israel called for one of his officers and said, fetch quickly Micaiah, the son of Imlah. And the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, sat either of them on his throne, clothed in their robes, and they sat in a void place at the entering of the gate of Samaria.
Okay.
And all the prophets prophesied before them.
So you had these 400 bogus rappers out that were sitting back here dropping garbage bars, lies. Read on.
And Zedekiah, the son of Chenaniah, had made him horns of iron.
He went above and beyond that. Read on.
And said, thus saith the Most High, with these thou shalt push Syria until they be consumed.
Okay.
And all the prophets prophesied so, saying, go up to Ramoth Gilead and prosper, for the Most High shall deliver it into the hand of the king.
I'm trying to find out what the hell these horns represent, huh? Some bell? Some bull? Why do you got to make horns for? What was that for? You know, most I wouldn't have bought all these symbols, huh? You never heard about Elijah saying, "I'm gonna create these horns out to show how the Most High gonna sit back here." You can tell it was phony baloney there, bro.
That's that Conan the Barbarian hat with the horns on the side, with the little
No. Will Chamberlain had that hat on. That wasn't Conan. Will Chamberlain had that one. Will Chamberlain had that. Because Conan just had the headband.
He had the headband. Yeah, that's right.
Will Chamberlain was a 6'8" nigga with his horns in his head, like a Viking helmet.
Yeah.
Something Viking.
God.
Yeah.
That's the point. That's pagan. That was still pagan. The whole horns making, huh? And this is how Jehoshaphat knew it was bogus. And this bogus hocus pocus stuff, huh? That his Levite priests in Israel wouldn't even be condoning. Read on.
And the messenger that went to call Micaiah spake to him, saying, Behold, the words of the prophets declare good to the king with one assent. Let thy word, therefore, I pray thee, be like one of theirs.
He's like, listen, man, just lie, man. Just go with it. Read on.
And speak thou good. And Micaiah said, As the Most High liveth, even what my power saith, that will I speak.
Exactly. Read on. So listen, what was powerful about Micah, you don't think the flesh was like, just tell them what they want to see here, man, so I can get out of here. Now, there was a lot at stake there. Right? He could have sat back and just said, I'm just going to tell them what they want so I can get out of jail. Right? 3 years of being in jail, and he still kept his integrity. Right? That's what the kind of man the Most High was choosing in us. Right? He knew if he was going to say the truth, he was going to go back in jail for another indefinite period of time. And he stared that down and still held his integrity. Right? That's powerful. Right? Read on.
And when he was come to the king said unto him, Micaiah, shall we go to Ramoth Gilead to battle, or shall I forbear? And he said, Go ye up, and prosper, and they shall be delivered into your hand.
I love it. Prosper. That was perfect.
They were
Bostonian right there. That was perfect East Coast Judah. Perfect dialect. Prosper. Don't even put the R in there. Just prosper. I'm sorry. That was it was music to my ears when you said it that way. But keep going.
And the king said to him, How many times shall I adjure thee that thou shalt say nothing but the truth to me in the name of the Most High?
So obviously he said it in a very sarcastic way. Why would he sit back here and say, tell me the truth? He obviously said it in a sarcastic way, and then the king was like, man, why are you BSing me? Tell me the truth. Read on.
Then he said, I did see all Israel scattered upon the mountains, as sheep that have no shepherd. And the Most High said, These have no master. Let them return, therefore, every man to his house in peace. And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, Did I not tell thee that he would not prophesy good unto me, but evil?
Exactly.
Again he said, Therefore hear the word of the Most High. I saw the Ancient of Days sitting upon his throne, and all the host of heaven standing on his right hand and on his left.
Stop. Now we're going to go to 1 Kings, chapter 22, verse 19 through 26. What I'm not going to do is read all of, what am I going to say? I'm not going to read the same story twice. I'm going to try not to do that. Because the same story now is talked about in 1 Kings 22 as it is in 2 Chronicles 18. So let's get 22. I don't want to go from verse 1 all the way to verse 16. So let's just jump to 16 and deal with 16.
1 Kings 22 and 16.
19. Salaki.
19. And he said, Hear thou therefore the word of the Most High. I saw the Most High sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven standing by him on his right hand and on his left.
What this verse obviously explains is that the hosts of heaven, or the angels of the Most High, were in the fourth dimension, the spiritual realm, and the Most High had right-hand angels, which were righteous, and he had left-hand angels, which were negative, whose job was to do evil on behalf of the Heavenly Father. This chapter that we use all the time, textbook, to show that there's no Diablo in hell with the pitchfork, and all the legion of evil is on the ground, and all the legion of righteousness are up in heaven. What it's showing you is the holy all the hosts of heaven, all the angels are in one place. It's in the spiritual realm. There's right-hand angels and there's left-hand angels, and they all fear the Heavenly Father, and they do His bidding. There's a scripture in Ecclesiastes that talks about how all angels fear the Most High and tremble at His word. All angels obey the Most High, the right-hand angels and the left-hand angels, right? So, continue.
1 Kings 22
and 20.
Water. And the Most High said, who shall persuade Ahab that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead?
So how are we going to get, which is the title of the class, who's going to sit back and persuade Ahab to fall? What do we got to do to get this guy to fall in this sucker deal? Read on, to kill him. Read on.
And one sit on this manner, and another sit on that manner.
So there are angels really sitting back here and counseling about how to bring this guy down. We can take him out this way, son. You're going to do it like this, son. Oh, I got one. We can get him this way. You know when you really want, when we watch, really, let's. You get really stiff and you arch your back and you're like, I've got it. And that's what the angels are doing in heaven. Like, listen, we're going to find out how we're going to get this guy out. And the council is going back and forth. We can do it this way. We can do it this way. How are we going to trip this dude up? What's the best way? Ooh, I got a good one. I'm going to lie to him. Let's lie to all the prophets. It's going to draw him in.
This one you need my item in that.
Those who know, they know. I'm sorry. But you're going to see how the lie kept perpetuating. We're going to go into it in Josephus. How the lie perpetuated. It wasn't just 400 lying prophets. They used. I'm not gonna give up the beans yet. Let's keep going.
And there came forth a spirit, and stood before the Most High, and said, I will persuade him.
So listen, we're gonna listen. This spirit was a hell of a liar, bro. He was a lying spirit. Read on.
And the Most High said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit.
Maybe he will be a liar because he was a lying spirit in the first place. I'll be how I was made to be. I'm going to be a lying spirit, because I know how to lie. I knows how to lie. So read on.
And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, thou shalt persuade him, and prevail also.
He says, I like that one. I like that sinister way to do it. It's gonna work. I'm like, this is gonna work. You're gonna lie, and they're gonna all fall for the lie. Commence. Carry on. Carry on, lying spirits. Do your worst.
He got his blessing.
He got the blessing. Like, it's gonna work. It's just go. I like that. I see it. I see it like that. Let's get him that way.
What he wanted to believe too?
He
wanted to believe that.
I know that, but Most High like the idea. Like, I like that idea. Let's get him that way. Let's keep going. You don't want to be on the other end, on the Most High, saying, "How am I going to trip a war up today? How are we going to get him?" I don't know why he wants that. That's bad damn news.
I can't find my wallet.
Ski-ball spirit.
Oh no! I will create dysfunction in his house. He will lose important things, and the camp will fall. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue.
And he said,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Psalm 78, verse 49.
Mm-hmm.
Psalm 78, verse 49.
Oh my goodness.
Psalm 78 and 49. He cast upon them the fierceness of his anger.
And we can't forget how the Most High deal with men. No matter what your rank position is, kings, peasants, paupers, whatever you are. He said, the Most High is angry with you. He'll set you up. Go ahead.
And he cast upon them the fierceness of his anger.
Go ahead.
Wrath, and indignation, and trouble.
He said the Most High will bring wrath, indignation, trouble. What else?
By sending evil angels among them.
So these angels are not good angels, bro. These spirits are not good spirits. These spirits have a purpose. They have a determination, and they have a work and a duty and obligation to serve the Most High. But for them, they're serving the Most High, and they're executing the good of the Most High, which is to punish you with wrath. For us, on the receiving end, is evil. What's good to the Most High, the angels they have a good purpose, because they're there to execute the Most High's anger and to deliver his wrath, to let you know, hey, I'm not in agreement with your decision making. I'm not in agreement with your lifestyle. So these particular angels are not the ones you want the Most High to send to you. We pray that the Most High send Michael, Gabriel,
Raphael,
Uriel.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We want the good angels.
We want heal. We want understanding.
Yeah, we want understanding. We don't want the evil angels. But when you get out of pocket with the Most High, He said He'll send who?
He will send them. He cast upon them the fierceness of His anger, wrath, and indignation, and trouble by sending evil angels among them.
And this is when brothers start hallucinating. They start seeing things.
Yep.
They start believing things.
They start lying to themselves.
Yeah, like somebody's out to get me. That paranoid spirit.
Yeah.
Man, those are spirits messing with a person. I got people watching me. They broke into my phone. They hacked into my computer. I walk in the store backwards because I don't want the camera to see me. Like all these things are the cops. The cops got vans all over the city watching me. Now if when you do that's wrong in Romans 13:1, somebody read that real quick. Yeah, when you're doing wickedness, yes, the Most High will unleash these spirits on you.
Romans 13:1.
Yes, sir.
Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers.
Go ahead.
For there is no power but of the Most High.
Read on.
The powers that be
He said the powers that be, go ahead,
are ordained of the Most High.
The Most High got power over the left hand and over the right hand. You know what I'm saying? He got powers over the judges, over the magistrates, the prosecutors, the cops, the police. The Most High got power over. He got powers over us on both sides. They can be for our good or they can be for our punishment. Read on.
Whosoever therefore resisteth the power.
So, but when you're resisting the Most High and the powers that He established, read on.
Resisteth the ordinance of the Most High.
Now I'm out of order. Go ahead.
And they that resist it shall receive to themselves damnation.
Damnation. So you can get pulled over and the cop can say, you know what? Hey, I'm gonna let you go, man. Just let you go with a warning.
Yep.
Or you can get a cop that's just busting you up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Get out the car. Lay on the street. Put
Get
your
out now.
back. What did I do, officer? You know what I'm saying? I'm putting you in handcuffs. I'm checking your car. I'm throwing your stuff out.
And then contraband in the air.
Yeah. It's making your life hard as hell on a hot day and you touching a hot car. Read on.
For rulers are not a terror to good works.
He said, but rulers are not a terror to who?
Good works.
So all the powers that the Most High got set up, courts, that's police, man, pigs, can't stand the pig. Man, them pigs are beneficial.
They got me trapped out.
Yeah, they got you trapped. They're there when you get out of order.
Yep.
They're not even an issue. You don't have to be paranoid, look over your shoulder, worry about who's following you. There's police behind me. Oh man, don't look back, don't look back. We superstitious as hell. Don't I told you don't turn around. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You calling it to you because you're doing something wrong.
Then boom, whoop, it's over. I told you not to do it.
I told you don't look around, don't turn around. He said rulers are not a what?
A terror to good works.
Rulers are not a terror to good works, man. So, but to who? Read on.
But to the evil.
But to the evil. When you're doing wrong, you better be afraid. Because the Most High will unleash them spirits on you from different angles. Read on.
Mm-hmm.
Will thou then not be afraid of the power?
He said, will you not then be afraid of the power when you got these evil angels on you? Or you got these spirits working through people to make your life live in hell? Read on.
Do that which is good.
That's why he says it's better that you do what?
Do that which is good.
Do that which is good. Read on.
And thou shalt have praise of the same.
Yeah, and the Most High will back you up. Thou shalt have praise of the same. Read on.
For he is the minister of the Most High to thee for good.
See, for the Most High, them evil spirits are good. But to you, they could be a pain in your thorn in your side.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So let that go and go back to where we're at in
First Kings 22 and let's get 22 again.
1 Kings 22 and 1 or
22. 1 Kings 22.
Oh, and 22.
And 22.
And the Most High said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, thou shalt persuade him, and prevail also. Go forth and do so. Now therefore, behold, the Most High hath put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these thy prophets.
Mm-hmm.
And the Most High hath spoke evil concerning thee. But Zedekiah, the son of Chaniah, went near, and smote Micaiah on the cheek, and said, which way went the spirit of the Most High for me to speak unto thee?
Because you know what? Because Zedekiah's like, I know what I saw, and I know my prophecy is fire. So how the hell you sit back here and say the Spirit jumped us and went to you? Who are you? Who are you to sit back here and say that the Spirit was with you? Now the crazy thing is, when we get to the Josephus, it gets more clarity as to why Zedekiah was so angry. We're going to go into that in a little bit, but Zedekiah has his reasons for why he thinks that Micaiah's prophecy is off. We'll read that in a second. But read on.
And Micaiah said, Behold, thou shalt see in that day, and when thou shalt go into an inner chamber to hide thyself.
He says, what Micaiah is saying is, we're going to see if after you made these bold claims, you can walk the streets and be respected as a prophet down the way, or are you going to be hiding because everybody knows your bars was whack and your prophecies was whack. What he's saying is, because when a prophecy makes prophecies and they don't come through, they can kill the prophet now. So they said, we're going to sit back and see if you on the run after this lame ass angle you're giving to the people, convincing they have to go to die and lying to them. We're going to see who's right. Read on.
And the king of Israel said, Take Micaiah and carry him back unto Amon, the governor
throw this
of the
man
city.
Back in the joint and throw away the key. Read on.
And to Joash, the king's son.
Joash, yes.
The king's son. And say, Thus saith the king, Put this fellow into prison, and feed him with bread of affliction and with water of affliction, until I come in peace.
Let's give him some shitty bread and water out. You ain't getting nothing out. You ain't getting nothing better than bread and water. The bare minimum to survive. Read on.
And Micaiah said, If thou return at all in peace.
He says, if you return, we'll see. Most High gonna still get you. Read on.
The Most High hath not spoken by me. And he said, Hearken, O people, every one of you.
So we're going to kind of get some understanding of what this interaction was. So let's do this. Let's go to Josephus and continue after that last line we read. We read on, whereas he must fight and be killed. Right? So we know the lying spirit was in the prophets, right? So we're at, the next line is, whereupon the king was in suspense with himself. We're in Josephus,
15.
book 8, chapter 15, the middle of paragraph 4.
Whereupon the king was in suspense?
Yes.
Whereupon the king was in suspense with himself.
What he's saying is, now the king is in suspense. He said that, man, Micaiah always gives me bad news, but he's in suspense. He's like, man, I don't want to go out here and die at. Maybe he's right. He's in suspense. He's not sure what he should do after this bad news just jumped on him. Now watch what Zedekiah says. Read on.
But Zedekiah, one of those false prophets, came near and exhorted him not to hearken to Micaiah.
So now he's like, obviously we know Zedekiah hit Micaiah, but now he's convincing Ahab, don't listen to Micaiah. This dude's bogus. And he's going to explain why. Read on.
For he did not at all speak truth, as a demonstration of which he...
Hold on, he says, he's saying that Micaiah is lying. But listen to his reasoning. It's not like his reasoning was all the way off. And this is why Ahab and them decided to go to war anyway. Don't forget, where they're targeting to go fight this war at? Ramoth Gilead is the target. Where is Ramoth Gilead? Does anybody know? It's on the east side of Jordan, right? More in Gad, Reuben territory. East Manasseh territory. That's where Ramoth Gilead is. It's on the east side of the Jordan, where the other 9.5 tribes are. Right? Keep that in mind. Read on. As a demonstration.
As a demonstration of which he instanced, in which Elijah had said, who was a better prophet in foretelling futurities than Micaiah.
So he's like, listen, man, Elijah is a better prophet than Micaiah. Why aren't you listening to Elijah's prophecy versus Micaiah's prophecy? What did Elijah's prophecy say? We just read it in 1 Kings 21. Elijah's prophecy was that the dogs are going to be licking his blood in Jezreel. Jezreel was west of Jordan. It was in the land of Issachar. So he says, why aren't you listening to Elijah's prophecy? he's a better prophet than this guy. Elijah said, you're going to die in Jezreel. That's what the prophecy said, right? Mm-hmm. But did the prophecy say that? The prophecy said the dog was going to lick his blood in Jezreel. He said the dog was going to eat his wife's flesh in Jezreel. Did he say the dogs were going to eat Ahab's flesh in Jezreel?
No.
He said they were going to lick his blood. So the details was in the words, the specific words. This is why the Moses says, I want you to say these words, these specific words to Ahab. And the specific words was that his blood was going to get licked in Jezreel.
Yep.
So Micaiah said, you're going to die.
The same place where you stoned.
Yes, Naboth.
Naboth.
But he talked about the blood. But Micaiah said, you're going to die at Ramoth Gilead. But now, the confusion in the prophecy or the lack of understanding about how the prophecy was going to be fulfilled is what Zedekiah used to convince Ahab to go to his death. It was still a lie. And the angel sat back here and got very ticky-tack with the lie and through Zedekiah to convince Ahab to go. You see how he got ticky-tack and nitpicky with the lie? He said, listen, Zedekiah said, man, Elijah's a greater prophet than Micaiah. Elijah said he's going to die in Jezreel. So you're not going to die out here in Samaria, bro. I mean, in Ramoth Gilead. Go to Ramoth Gilead, you're going to win. And this is what brought Ahab's spirit at ease. He said, okay, he's right. He did say I was going to die in Jezreel. So why am I worried about it? That gave him the confidence to go up at Ramoth Gilead and still get taken out. Is what I'm saying making sense?
Okay.
I kind of want to know what happened.
He's thinking because Elijah told him his blood, the dogs were going to lick his blood here. That's where he's going to die. But
exactly.
That's not where he's going to die.
He just said the blood was going to get licked.
The dogs are going to lick his blood.
Thank you. But they took
He's going to die.
And then he
giving it away?
He gets killed in the chariot.
Yeah.
He bleeds out in his chariot in Ramoth Gilead. He dies there. The chariot gets sent to Jezreel, and the dogs lick the blood there. So both prophecies are fulfilled. But nobody knows that at the time.
But it was a setup the whole time.
But he still used the lies and the details of the situation to create a fog in a person's mind to make the move anyway to go to a certain death. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Now that makes sense, right? And that's how the Most High used that lying spirit to convince this man to go all the way in and send himself to his own death. But read on, there's more to it though.
For he foretold that the dogs should lick his blood in the city of Jezreel, in the field of Naboth, as they licked the blood of Naboth, who by his means was there stoned to death by the multitude. That therefore it was plain that this Micaiah was a liar, as a contradicting a great prophet, a
so
greater
who was
prophet.
a liar? Was it Zedekiah the liar or Micaiah was the liar? Zedekiah was the liar because he says Micaiah was contradicting Elijah's prophecy, but he wasn't. There was just two different parts of the same prophecy. Okay, read on.
As contradicting a greater prophet than himself, and saying that he should be slain at 3 days' journey distance. And said he, ye shall soon know whether he be a true prophet, and hath the power of the divine spirit.
So hold on, it says, Micaiah was a liar as contradicting a greater prophet than himself, and saying that he should be slain at a 3 days' journey distance. So he said, listen, man, he says, Ramoth Gilead is 3 days away from Jezreel. Right. How are you going to die there? How are you going to die in Jezreel fighting this guy over here? It's not even mathematically possible. You're supposed to die in Jezreel, not over here. And this is why Micaiah is a liar, and you shouldn't follow. So he's using a lying spirit to convince Ahab to follow the lie, where Micaiah was telling the truth. Read on.
Ye shall soon know whether he be a true prophet, and hath the power of the divine spirit. For I will smite him, and let him then hurt my hand.
So this is why he hit him. He convinced Ahab the situation, and then smote him and said, how dare you think you got the wisdom over all of us? Who the hell you think you are? And I'm already calling you out on the fact that you're a liar, Micaiah. Elijah, this, and this. He's supposed to die in Jezreel, not Ramoth Gilead. I got you, son. I got you. This man's Elijah's out the spirit. We're in the spirit. I can see it clear. Can y'all see it? Let's keep going, man.
As Jadon caused the hand of Jeroboam the king to wither.
He says, just like Jadon. Remember Jadon when he sat back here, that Judite brother, that Judite prophet that outed Jeroboam on the podium? Or when it was commencement day, ribbon cutting day on the new altar in Bethel? When he sat back here and he said, listen, man, you're off, you're doing wicked, you're corrupting Israel, and then Jeroboam got the baby on? That was like maybe a month and a half ago. Y'all forgot that quick, guy?
No.
And how the altar broke in half? He said, just like Jadon, who brought the prophecy to Jeroboam, but he was all because the lion killed him because he didn't follow instructions, because he followed the other false prophet. He's going back to that example. Y'all forgot, man. Everybody ain't listening. Everybody's like, yeah, Jadon, that was a bad guy. I'm like, you know they all know what the hell's going on. You know they forgot that shit. You know they forgot it. Jadon was a really, really bad person. He didn't do good things in Christ. Get out of here, man. You don't know who the hell Jadon is.
He was the one that was next to the donkey when the lion got.
No, he was the one that. Yes, he was the one that got killed by the lion.
Right.
And the lion was next to the other animal, next to his carcass.
Which was a setup for the Most High also.
Yeah.
That's funny how he's using another setup situation.
That's the point. To explain his setup situation.
In the midst of setting somebody up for damage.
And I'm not knocking anybody, but the whole purpose is to remember these lessons. Man. These are important lessons to know about, the Bible. Anyway, let's continue.
As Jadon caused the hand of Jeroboam the king to wither, when he would have caught him. For I suppose thou hast certainly heard of that accident. So when, upon his smiting Micaiah, no harm happened to him, Ahab took courage and readily led his army against the king of Syria.
He took courage. Oh, he's right. Zedekiah was right. I'm supposed to die in Jezreel. I ain't dying tonight. I ain't dying at Ramoth Gilead. Everything's gonna be okay. Read on.
For as I suppose, fate was too hard for him, and made him believe that the false prophets spake truer than the true one.
You know why? You know why fate took him that direction? Because he wants to hear lies anyway.
Right.
There you go.
He's been programmed to hear bad, to follow bad news and what he wants to hear. So it was a perfect setup for him. All Zedekiah had to do was give a little bit of facts in the midst of the answer, and all of a sudden, the funny thing is they were both convinced. And that's the scary thing. You can have counsel. You can have counsel and do all the work in counsel, and the Most High can sit back here and let your counsel blow up in your face. That's what's scary. If you're not right with the Most High, He'll sit back here and give you a damn good reason to fall to your death. But I thought, because that's where Ahab was. He thought he was listening to good counsel. Read on.
One verse on that.
What's that?
Psalms chapter 4. The Most High had asked that same question. Psalms chapter 4, verse 1 and 2.
Psalms 4 and 1. Hear me when I call, O Most High of my righteousness. Thou hast enlarged me when I was in distress.
He said, that's why David said, you enlarged me when I was in trouble. You made my situation better. Read on.
Have mercy upon me.
He said, you had mercy on me. Read on.
And hear my prayer.
Go ahead.
O ye sons of men, how long will ye turn my glory into shame?
Read on.
How long will ye love vanity?
He's asking a question. How long are we going to turn the Most High's glory into shame? He says, how long are we going to love, love vanity? Read on.
And seek after leasing.
That word right there, when he says seek after leasing, that word leasing is a lie. That's what the word leasing means. Leasing means to hear lies. He said, how long are we as a people want to hear people tell us lies? He said, how long is that's something that we'll bounce around from church to church as long as we agree with the teaching. But the minute we don't agree with the teaching because it doesn't go along with what we want, that church ain't no good. I used to be an Israelite. I used to be this. Because what we want to hear is leasing. We want to hear lies. Read on.
Selah. But know that the Most High hath set apart him that is goodly for himself.
That is
the restroom, buddy.
That is godly.
That is godly. That is godly for himself. Read on.
The Most High will hear when I call unto him.
And he says because the Most High will only hear people that's godly. The Most High is not hearing people that want to seek leasing, that want to hear lies. The Most High don't respond to them in the way that they want. He'll set them up with a lie for people that want to hear lies. Yep. And that's why we're reading about Ahab being lied to, because that's what he wants to hear. And so the Most High is setting him up with lies because he wants to hear lies. And that's why it's dangerous to not understand this, because the truth is better than a lie. It's better that somebody tell me the truth than somebody lie to me, man.
Yep.
You know, the kiss of an enemy is deceitful. You know what I'm saying? That's deceit. I'd rather somebody be honest than lie to me, or I'd rather hear the truth even if it hurts, because then the Most High can bring about some mercy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Then the Most High can hear your prayers. All right, let that go. Let's go back to where was that.
Okay, so let's get back to Josephus. Let's go. For as I suppose, fate was too hard for him.
For I suppose thou hast an accent. All right. For as I suppose, fate was too hard for him. It made him believe that the false prophet spake truer than the true one, that it might take an occasion of bringing him to his end. However, Zedekiah made horns of iron, and said to Ahab that God made those horns signals, and by them he should overthrow all Syria.
The Most High made horns? He made those horns? I agree that Zedekiah made those horns. Anyway, continue.
But Micaiah replied that Zedekiah in a few days should go from one secret chamber to another to hide himself.
And this is what he was saying in that verse earlier, that you're going to sit back here and be hiding from chamber to chamber, because you're going to be a wanted man after giving this bogus counsel and sending Ahab to his death. The heat's going on you now. Read on.
That he might escape the punishment of his lying.
Like I said earlier, when a prophet gives a false prophecy, you get punished for those false prophecies. This is why when you read about Isaiah, when Isaiah, his whole time of prophesying, he was prophesying about the fall of Israel and that Babylon was going to take him over. You know what the problem was? He was teaching, and it wasn't during his time that Babylon took over. So you know what the Jews did? They killed him. They crucified him because the prophecy didn't happen in a timely fashion. It happened in Jeremiah's time, not in Isaiah's. So he got killed because they were saying that that Isaiah was being a false prophet. So when the prophecy doesn't happen in your time, you're a wanted man. So Micaiah is like, you're going to be a wanted man, Zedekiah, after tomorrow. Read on.
Then did the king give orders that they should take Micaiah away and guard him to Ammon, the governor of the city, and to give him nothing but bread and water. Then did Ahab and Jehoshaphat, the king of Jerusalem, take their forces and march to Ramoth, a city of Gilead. And when the king of Syria heard of this expedition, he brought out his army to oppose them, and pitched his camp not far from Ramoth.
So when they fight, they were going to fight. They took Ben-Hadad, sent his men outside of Ramoth Gilead to meet them out in the plains land, versus fighting a siege war. So we're gonna go out here and meet them and take the war to them, versus hide in our fortified cities. What was your question?
I was just wondering, did it say how long Micaiah went back into?
No. Maybe later on it goes into it, but I haven't read that far yet. But let's keep going.
Now Helix and Jehoshaphat had agreed that Ahab should lay aside.
Now Helix?
Helix?
No, you said Helix. It's Ahab and Jehoshaphat. I thought I heard you say Helix. I'm sorry.
Yeah, mine is pronounced Ahalx.
So it's Ahab. It's Ahab.
God. Now Ahab and Jehoshaphat had agreed that Ahab should lay aside his royal robes.
So they both agreed that Ahab should not wear his royal clothes, just in case the prophecy was true. So what's happening is Jehoshaphat is still covering and trying to get in the way of what? The Most High's judgment. Because we're friends and it's the unity. Isn't that Jehoshaphat's reason? Yeah. We're united. Yeah. Aren't we united because we're Israelites?
Yeah.
So let me protect my fellow Israelite. Because we're about unity, right? That's what is happening. We're about the unity. So you know what? Yeah. Listen, I'll wear your garments. Because that's what ends up happening. I'll wear your kingly garments.
I'll look out for you.
And you can wear some regular fighter clothes. Some regular peasant clothes. So the heat ain't going to be on you. But what it showed is Jehoshaphat had confidence the Most High was going to look after him, which is fine. But you're still doing this other man a disservice, working and operating with a guy that you know is negative. Listen, don't forget in the beginning of the Jehoshaphat's reign, in chapter 17 and 1, what was Jehoshaphat's mindset? I got to fortify our cities, fortify our towns, to sit back here and protect ourselves from the northern kingdom. Isn't that what his intention was in the beginning? Because he knew that was wicked. He knows that all the Levites got kicked out. You don't think he knows about the drought and how the Most High was stinging Israel? Yeah. You don't think he knows about Elijah? He knew about all of it. So he knew Ahab was negative. He knew they weren't following the Most High. Or I'm going to say this, he knew they weren't operating serving the Most High at the same level he was. But he's still clouded by the unity and friendship and buddy, joy connections. Yeah. It was about friendship and keeping friends and keeping alliances, regardless of the fact that these guys weren't operating in the same spirit than they were. Once again, it's cartoon unity, it's childlike unity, and it's not thinking like grown men in Christ have to operate and think when it counts, when your life is on the line and your flock is on the line. Exactly. His men were on the line in this situation because his stupidity. He put his men on the line for a wicked man, a guy that was off, in the name of unity. This war's not making this up. This is what the damn Bible says. Let's keep going.
Now Ahab and Jehoshaphat had agreed that Ahab should lay aside his royal robes, but that the king of Jerusalem should put on his Ahab's proper habit.
Exactly. His proper habit is, I'm the king of Jerusalem, I'm Ahab, but I'm going to put on Ahab's 9.5 gear to look out for him and protect him in case the prophecy was really against Ahab, which was dumb because listen, if the Most High wanted him off, he'll be dead anyway. He was going to be dead anyway. But Jehoshaphat is trying to get in the way of judgment. Huh?
I don't understand the thought process there.
The thought process is he's my friend, and I want to look after him. Yeah. That's the thought process.
That's like
he's my friend.
That's like harboring a criminal. You let somebody that you know committed a crime live in your house, stay in your house. You know they're a criminal, but
from the cops.
They hide from the cops, and you just let them in. I'm a cover for you.
You know what the crazy thing is? You know, I can tell you easily how it is. Ahab's being wicked, but he's nice around me.
You don't affect me?
Because he's nice around me. On the phone, he's cool. On the phone, we talk. He's always pleasant to me. He always treats me kindly. Well, there's a lot of people in Israel that do the same thing every day. He's a friend. He's nice to me on the phone. Whenever he always says something glowing about my family. He's always cool. He's always respectful.
That's my man.
But you know what? He sins. But I don't see it. I don't see him sinning. So he's cool with me. I know I've gotten reports that he's off. But you know, he's cool with me. People do it every day of the week. He hasn't disrespected me. But you know he's doing X, Y, and Z. Yeah, he hasn't done to me. Israel does it all the time. So I'm going to be cool with him. And I'm going to put myself on the line knowing this guy's off and not living right. Israel does it all the time.
He even went as far as making affinity with him.
Yeah.
Given with that marriage.
Yes. Knowing this guy's track record. And like Dr. Juan said, that could have been Jezebel's daughter. Now he was still an Israelite. The daughter was an Israelite.
But
but that daughter had some real bad habits.
As is the daughter, so is the mother. As the mother, so is the daughter.
So he'll be arguing with her all the time, because she's about taking control. If she learned anything from her damn mama. The point is this. What's the point? Israel makes affinity with people, and living right and being honorable by the Most High isn't the number one deciding factor in making friends.
It's not partiality.
It's partiality. It's he's cool with me. He treats me with respect. When he invited me up here, he gave me corn and wine, man, and any meat that I wanted. He respected me and our men. So I'm gonna choose that over right and wrong. I heard reports about him, but he's acting different than all the offenses.
They don't sound the same.
You know why? Because Ahab needed him. Ahab needed Jehoshaphat, so he's gonna open up the red carpet for him and do all kind of nice things. But it ain't about changing and serving with the Most High, because you know what the crazy thing is? That's how you should align yourself with friends. How committed to you are you about serving the Most High? It ain't about how cool you are with me. That ain't the point. What should matter is we should align ourselves with people who are committed to serving the Most High as much as I am. That's how the connection should be built. Despite how cool you are and what you gave me and what you bought me or how friendly you are to me or how much business you do with me, because that's how friendships are established in Israel. He buys my product. He's nice with me. He says kind words. He gives me deals. I give him deals. This is a beneficial relationship. Versus honor and righteousness. That don't matter. Or as long as I haven't seen you sin or your sin doesn't affect me, we'll be cool. Your negative don't affect me, so I'm going to turn a blind eye to it. This is how Israel operates for years.
Which is wicked judgment.
That's wicked judgment. That's childish judgment. It's wicked judgment. It's naivety. It's a favor for a favor. That's what niggas in the world do. And this is where Jehoshaphat went wrong. So when it showed that all that good work she did, what good was it if you're not going to have any integrity and stand up for what's right? I'm not supposed to align myself with people who aren't operating at the same tempo and pace I'm operating. You can still be an Israelite, do your thing, but why do I got to sit back here and risk my men's life and their strength for your bullshit endeavors? I can love you from afar. Shalom, brother. Good luck with you at a Ramoth. And that's it. That's what you should have did. Good luck to you at Ramoth, man.
This is how it goes, brother. This is really how it is.
It's politics.
And this is politics. Politics don't get you nowhere in Christ. You know, right is right is right, is wrong is wrong, bro. Why am I going to lie to myself with people who ain't doing right and who don't want to own up to what they didn't do right? If you know, you know. Read on.
But that the king of Jerusalem should put on his, Ahab's, proper habit and stand before the army in order to disprove by his artifice what Micaiah had foretold.
So they both said, we're going to sit back here, change clothes to disprove the Micaiah's prophecy. Trying to man-made change what the Most High had intended to happen.
It's resisting the Most High.
Exactly.
You're resisting.
You're getting
the
away
Most
with judgment.
Yeah.
He's getting away with judgment because sentiment. He's my friend. He's been my friend for 15, 20 years. He's been a mentor to me. Whatever the hell your reason is, doesn't change the fact that I should not get in the way of judgment. Read on. But this is the Bible. This is why it's important to read the whole damn Bible, because if you don't, you'll get caught up in situations like this. Why do you think this is in the Bible? The things written aforetime or what? But you don't read this shit, you get caught right into the same thing Jehoshaphat fell, and you wonder why things fall apart. Because we're not listening. We're not watching. We're not looking at the right things. Read on. This is why we don't be jumping into alliances with dudes who we know damn well don't operate like we operate. That's why. Listen, if you're doing the work of the Most High, get your ass over there and do it. And I'll do it over here. I don't know, you obviously don't have the same policy, but that's why we coming and merging together. You're doing your job. This is like those 70 prophets. Did those 70 prophets connect with the 12? And during crisis time, they were separate. You do your job 70, you do your job 12. Why do you gotta kumbaya and be this big clique? Why do you gotta do all that shit? The 12 were meant to be around the 12, the 70 were meant to be around the 70. And let it go. We gotta have these big gangs. We got numbers. We're all together because they're unity. You know, there was a standard that the 70 had that was not the same standard as the 12. Let it be. Have enough substance in yourself to stick to the crew that you're building with. That's the whole point. When you intermesh these different calibers and standards, you weaken the product. You weaken the body that you're dealing with. That's the understanding. That's most in understanding, be like men. In malice, be like children. But when it's about making just strong choices and decisions for the benefit of your body, be a man about it. And be okay with, I'm not going to have 1,000 people where we're all seeing things the same. That will never happen until Christ comes back. Does that make sense? And be strong enough and secure in yourself just to stick in your lane. Yes, sir. Then that's not a knock against other Israelites. Do your job, what you were commissioned to do. Cool. We can't sit back here and touch everybody. But let's be mature enough to do our thing and let them do their thing. But this sentiment gets you in trouble. The sentiment is what breaks camps and breaks bonds. And it's that simple. Yes, sir.
So that desire for like that unity can be mingled with vanity.
It's a vain purpose. It's a vain pursuit. That's cartoon shit. We couldn't unite during crisis time. We're going to unite now? It's not going to happen. That's a pipe dream. Build the men you're commissioned to build, who you're responsible for, and set a standard for them. And let it be. And then once I got people in Jersey and Washington State and all these different places, they're doing their thing. Let them be. Get out of their way. Let them do their job for the Most High. Let them learn at the pace that they have to learn. I'll never forget telling this brother who is in Cali. He said, I'm gonna go sit back here and tell this brother that he's off with this verse in this chapter that he's teaching wrong. I said, bro, so when you sit back here and you're the tough guy telling this guy he's off, are you prepared to be responsible for those people? Because what you just did was cut the legs of the leader, and all these students now distrust him. So you're gonna sit back here now and do the work that he's doing? Or you gonna be this damn Bible ninja, destroy a camp and walk off and live your life like a damn selfish fool? Are you gonna be responsible for these people? Or are you gonna sit back, destroy and leave? This is to prove a point that you're smart. You're smart and you're selfish. Let these guys learn on their own. Now if they come and ask, you help. But don't get in their situation. Because listen, we have a certain standard. Now what we're going to do if we mingle with these other guys and we show them that there's a greater way to do things, that's going to destroy them. That's going to destroy what they're trying to build there. Now why mix approaches and cultures? That's toxic. Do you understand that thinking?
Do we have a cartoon, unrealistic?
It's the unity. All the camps are going to come together one day and we're going to all hug and we're going to all sing the same Israelite Hebrew spiritual song.
It's not in the Bible, bro. Not true.
I mean, you're not going to have 100% truth?
What's that?
You're not going to have 100% truth?
What do you mean?
No, 100% truth is the G. Yeah,
that's ridiculous. Yes, we're not. Because now that's another group saying it's the only way to get to the kingdom. It's through doing it this way.
It's a calling card. That's a calling card.
That's what the same thing the other school is doing. If it ain't from this general, it ain't the truth. Get out of here with that bogus shit. That's ridiculous. That's how you know it's bullshit when they say that. Who the hell do you think you are?
Israel.
And listen, and if we're going to critique teaching in depth, we can sit back and critique that too. But you know why do that? Why get into a battle with other people?
Who has the biggest sword? It's vanity at that point. It's vainglory.
And that's the point.
It's egotistical. And we're talking about as far as just our interactions. You have to realize in the law, the Most High didn't want you mixing beets with corn, with okra. Can they grow on their own separate plot, bro?
That's the point.
That's even in the law. It's the law. Okra here, corn here, tomatoes here. This right here, these cherry bushes over here with the cherry bushes.
Yep.
You're not mixing oranges and cherry bushes in the same plot. I like carrots, so they're gonna be growing right next to the cherries in the same plot of land. The Most High organized even the tribes. This tribe over here, this tribe over here, this tribe in the south, this tribe in the east. Come on, bro. He didn't put all 12 tribes in the same area. We're just running around, moving around.
Or Shem hammered your fit.
Yep.
Exactly.
He said, go out and expand and build your colonies. Go out.
They rebelled by staying close.
Yep.
They were supposed to get out, but they were so afraid they stayed together. And Nimrod used that fear to manipulate and control them. But they were supposed to get out and expand the world. What's the point? The point is, listen, man. This unity idea, at all costs, is childish. That's a childish approach. When building spiritually is about, listen, man, handle the responsibility in front of you. You want to build somewhere else? Get off your ass and go to another city and do it again. And be responsible for your work. This knows we're all coming. You know why people come together? To make money, to sell goods. They're different vain reasons. It's to sell goods It's to look like we're growing,
Numbers.
look like our numbers are big, because men feel spiritually deficient if I don't have a nation of millions behind me. Because the larger, what people don't accept is the bigger you are, the weaker spiritually you are. Because you can't really keep a hand on all the people that you're working on. The crazy, you have to have, listen, if you want to get big and have 15, 20 camps, you better have 15, 20 powerhouse leaders. And you know what? That ain't happening. All those big schools, you got some shuck and jive, what do you call it? Some shuck and jive leaders.
Weekend
warriors, and you just water your product down. You water down what you're bringing to the table. So you can sit back and have numbers, but you got watered down numbers with purple shirts. That's exactly what the hell you got.
And you know what? If it serves a purpose, because in the Lord, Most High says different calibers, gold, silver, wood, hay, stubble. If that's for a certain purpose,
cool.
Because there's people that can't handle this environment, bro. This environment is not for everybody. I tell brothers every damn day. So if you can't do it, it's okay. This is not for everybody. Mm-hmm. You don't need to sit here and we're gonna force you. We're gonna make you do. Listen, we're not making nobody do a damn thing. Some guys, they're in the church and they know this ain't right, but I'm not gonna sit here and I'm not gonna lose my life with this Bible thing. But I want to be a Hebrew. Okay, cool. Then you know what? There's something that fits that person, and that's fair, bro.
And that's the point. It's fair, and there's no need to mingle it.
We have different demographics in our nation. If we want to be mature about it, we have different demographics in our nation. We have men that want to be super smart. Cool. There's something for that. We have men that they want to just be around other brothers and they want to vibe and flex and they want to be spiritual. There's something for that.
But just know that the greater thou art, the more thou art servant.
But see, people don't want to operate under that pretense. They want to tell themselves that what they're doing is the best and the greatest sacrifice, but they don't want to realize there's different levels to this. There's different degrees of dedication, different degrees of commitment, and accept that. Accept if you want to give hay work, then you're gonna get hay back.
Hay reward.
You're gonna get hay reward. You want to give a precious stones effort, you're gonna get precious stones back. If you want to get stubble effort, you're gonna get stubble back. And people don't like that. People don't like that because it makes people feel uncomfortable. That I'm giving hay shit out. I'm putting hay works together. Moses says all these works get tested by fire. Fire burns hay real quick. People don't want to accept that I might have all this knowledge, but if I'm not putting the work in, you know what? It's going to get burnt up. I got to start again. Every camp has a different degree. I don't got to sit back here and tell you what degree it is. But you know what? Most I say there's people who put gold works in, people that put silver works in, people that put precious stones works in, people that put hay, wood, hay, and stuff.
You know, we tell men, because men feel like they're privileged to, you know, I can go to this city, this camp, I can go to this camp, I can be part of that camp over there. Go, brother. We're not telling you to stay here. But we're telling you whatever camp you do go to, give your all.
Spirit.
The scriptures say, whatever thou find thy hand so doing, do it all that might. So I don't care if what camp, what affiliation, what camp you say is, you know, it's got you feeling like, you know, it's better suited for you. Then go and give yourself 100%.
Yes.
Then go be the best you can for that camp.
And don't mix the approaches.
Right.
Israel wants to, I'm going to take that from this, and I'm going to take this from this place. Listen, man, whoever you're under, serve that process.
It's not even fair to that leader.
That's what I was saying about the guy wanting to cut the walk off. Listen, man, whatever pace he got you on, he got you developed. Deal with that man and follow him. I don't want to jump and leave.
But the jumping of camps is somebody that don't want to follow anyway.
That's the point. They want to pick and choose what they want to give to. We're not sitting back here saying our way is the only way. No. We're saying, man, pick a lane and live it, and deal with the results. And we don't got to mix lanes and mix approaches. If you're an Israelite doing your job, good shit, we need more people.
Bless the Most High.
And you know what? There's a bunch of different people that are into a bunch of different things. I know our teaching, everybody don't want to hear this. Tune off. Next channel. I want to hear. I want to feel better about myself. These guys make me feel ugly every day. Let me go listen to somebody else talk about the white man. Let me find that channel. There's a lot of Israelite channels talking about the white man.
You are red
of them.
You are red as a. You ain't gonna
You going down. Esau's kingdom is falling. You got plenty of those classes.
You go that
bro.
sun, you get skin cancer as soon as you go out there. The Most High was never with you.
Listen, there's plenty of that to follow. If that's what you want to hear.
And I'm not saying we disagree with that either.
I know.
Listen,
Everybody wants this place to
like
fall.
that stuff.
He's going down. But don't I hear it every day? 24/7, 365? You know, another day. You know what I found out? Esau's going down again. Here's some more news to explain it. Oh, man. You know why I always laugh at that? Because I've been hearing Esau's falling since like 93, bro. I've been hearing about Esau's kingdom is falling.
Esau going down in 93.
He's going down. He's like, I was hearing about the Iraqi war. And it's about to be over. It's about to be over. Them Iraqis is fighting back. Them niggas got wiped out in weeks. They got wiped out in weeks. Oh, come on, bro. Both times. That shit was light work. Oh, yeah. Esau's kingdom is falling. No, it wasn't. It was thriving. They was making money.
Yeah.
They was making a lot. Listen, you ever see those pictures of Esau with all that gold and it was taken from Saddam's spot? They were like this.
Oh, those gold bars?
Yes.
Yeah, I seen that.
They got paid. You don't think them soldiers snatched a couple of those things? Come on, bro. They say yes. There were 105 gold bars here. There was like 135 in the motherfuckers. There was, I'm giving a report, sir. There was 100 gold bars.
No,
there was like 200 and shit.
Saddam had 76 palaces.
I'm just lying. I'm just saying.
Saddam had 76 palaces. And the soldiers, military, U.S. military raided all those palaces. He had gold doorknobs. He had gold light fixtures. He had gold.
Anybody got a screwdriver?
Yeah, exactly.
Where are these screwdrivers?
That was a couple, bro. They stole everything that was made out of. All the knives were made out of gold. Kitchen faucets, sinks, all that was made out. All the silverware was made out of gold. They robbed that gold, put it in storage containers,
and then they reported and said, "Hey, sir, that we have half of this." Come on, bro. You know that's what it is.
There was one palace in
There was no Serpicos out there in Iraq, y'all. Okay? I don't know if you know about Serpico, who's the one good cop that didn't take, that wasn't on the take. No, they was all on the take. They got their bread out. I'm sorry.
There was one story.
Pat Tillman was. That's why he got killed. That's another one for you. Oh. Pat Tillman was talking about the inadequacies in Afghanistan, and all of a sudden he dies under friendly fire.
Fratricide.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just.
No. I just said there was one. It was one house, not a house. It was a shed that Saddam had behind one of his palaces, and it had $450 million in it in U.S. cash. It wasn't just gold.
How did he get? First of all, how did he get that money?
I know.
Listen, there was a time when Iraq was fighting Iran, and the United States was paying him to take out the Iranians. In the 80s.
He had $450 million in cash.
Exactly.
U.S. dollars. In bundles, in plastic bundles.
Yeah. So where'd that money go?
That's what I'm saying.
You think it flew all the way back to the United States? You already know. You already know they got that bread, huh? I'm sorry.
That money gone, bro.
It's gone, huh? Listen, I'm not gonna. Yes, I'm sorry.
The military uniform got a lot of pockets on it.
Yes, they do.
A lot of pockets.
Brother, they was waddling back to the plane like this. They was waddling out. You're trying to put money, they wrap it around their stomach and stuff out. They run like this.
How you got a chandelier in your briefcase?
Well, I was just chopping.
Hey, mama, you get that package I sent you? You get that package?
Oh, man. Don't open it. Don't open nothing until I get home.
Yeah.
I got some Christmas presents.
Carry on.
Yeah, put it in my room.
It's a carry on.
Oh, my God.
We're going to pay the house off.
Mama, I made it, mama. Okay. So I hope we get the whole understanding of what this thing is about. I hope we do. So let's keep going. So now Ahab switched his garments off to Jehoshaphat, and Ahab's wearing some regular clothes. Let's keep going.
But Ahab's fate found him out without his robes. For Ben-Hadad, the king of Assyria, had charged his army.
So Josephus calls it fate. It's the Most High's vengeance. the Most High caught Ahab even though he didn't have his but his royal garments on. Read on.
Had charged his army by the means of their commanders to kill nobody else but only the king
and
of
they
Israel.
didn't know that. Listen, they didn't. Jehoshaphat, Ahab didn't know that the game plan was just to take out Ahab. Which goes back to the fact that you let this guy go 3 years ago like a little chump. Now Benhadad's going to take you out. But this is why the Most High set that up, because that was what Micaiah said also. Because you let this guy free, he's going to come gun for you. That was the prophecy also. Read on.
So when the Syrians, upon their joining battle with the Israelites, saw Jehoshaphat stand before the army, and conjectured that he was Ahab, they fell violently upon him and encompassed him round.
Now I want to make sure we understand. Let's read 1 Kings 22 and 31. No, let's do this. Let's read 28 through 31.
1 Kings 22 and 28. And Micaiah said, If thou return at all in peace, the Most High hath not spoken by me.
Yeah.
And he said, Hearken, O my people, every one of you. So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, went up to Ramoth Gilead. And the king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat, I will disguise myself and enter into the battle, but put thou on thy robes. And the king of Israel disguised himself and went into the battle.
So once he disguised himself, didn't wear royal robes, had Jehoshaphat take the brunt of the pressure. Read on.
But the king of Syria commanded his 32 captains that had ruled over his chariots, saying, Fight neither with small nor great, save only with the king of Israel.
So this is what I want to bring out. Benhadad ordered 32 captains to go at the kings only. So the other Syrians were fighting Israelites. The other Israelites and Syrians were fighting. The army was fighting each other. But he said, I want you 32 commanders to go directly at the king and bust him up. Okay? That's what was being said. So when you're reading about that they're all surrounding Jehoshaphat, when you're reading that they're surrounding Jehoshaphat, it was the 32 captains were surrounding Jehoshaphat. Okay? So, read on.
And it came to pass, when the captains of the chariots saw Jehoshaphat, that they said, Surely it is the king of Israel. And they turned aside to fight against him. And Jehoshaphat cried out,
I thought you were supporting Ahab, man. Why are you crying now? Help! They surrounded me. I don't have enough bodyguards. Jehoshaphat, you want to be the nice guy and be about the unity. This is what happens when you're about the unity. You suffer loss. You're sticking your neck out in the line for negative people, and you're going to sit back here and get punished with the wicked. That's what Moses says, though hand join in hand, the wicked should not go unpunished. Just because I'm cool with you and you're really nice to me, I got to get the hell away from you. Because I don't want to get the punishment that's going to this guy. I got to separate myself from that person and let the Most High deal with him. That's how a lesson is learned. Because when you're with them, they might think it's you bringing the bad luck to them. And that's the truth too. Separate so they know the Most High is whooping my ass and my ass only.
That's how back to Jonah. You know,
I'm only going to chapter 3 on Monday. That's okay. Just chapter 3.
Because you know what? When that storm came, those men knew somebody was wicked. Somebody's God is angry at him. We got to get this guy off this boat, man. This guy got to go. Somebody, whoever's God is angry at him, we got to get this guy out of here.
Get him out of here.
Get him out of here. So I'm just saying that people understand that, okay, I can't get in the way between the power that you've angered and your destruction. I can't involve myself in that. I can't walk in between that.
Yeah.
The Most High smoke you in between.
Yep.
You'll catch the wrath that was coming to that person. You know what I'm saying? Just being in proximity.
And it kind of happens in the world too. You can call it wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah.
Or guilt by association.
Yeah, guilt by association. You're on a certain dude, get shot too.
I need a ride, man. He didn't tell you I got drugs on me.
Yeah.
I got crack rocks on me. I'm like, what the hell? They got now the cops coming. You got crack on you? I got to catch the case too.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not dumb. I'll take it. I'll take it for you. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Right. That's the problem. When you're sitting around negative people, you are risking endangering yourself. I don't give a shit if he's cool with you. You got time with you. He was your counselor. Get away. If he's off, get away. And that's it. All those. Oh, he's a friend. I'm riding with him. Okay, at your own peril. You go ahead. But that's where that cartoon unity leads you. These BS carnal, oh, he was your brother. Oh, shit, true. When you listen, but the second you want to leave the Most High, then all that buddy shit's out the door. But are we mature enough? Are we mature enough to accept that? Most of us aren't. And that's why we get into so much problems and drama, because we're not mature enough to cut our losses and allow the Most High to deal with the person who needs to get dealt with. So let's continue. We read what we read in 32. Now in verse 32, where Jehoshaphat is crying out, he's like, "Oh man, I'm afraid. The jig is up. They might kill me." So now we're back at Josephus. It's book 8, chapter 15, paragraph 5. Let's ride. Let's go.
They fell violently upon him and encompassed him round about. But when they were near and knew it was not he.
So when they got near and said, "Man, this is a damn decoy. This ain't Ahab." That was the Most High sparing Jehoshaphat. Because Jehoshaphat was still a good man, and he had followed all the laws of the Most High. So the Most High gave him mercy on this one. Even though he made the wrong decision and backed the wrong guy for the wrong reasons, he still had mercy. These guys said, "No, we're not going to kill him." Yes, sir.
So did Jehoshaphat get a punishment?
We're going to read it. We ain't got there yet. Everybody want to jump to the answer. You got to let the story run, man. Let it run. Let it run.
Give it away. Yeah.
I'm telling you, everybody wants to give it away. Right? The butler did it. The butler did it. Like, we ain't got there, man. The butler didn't do it yet. Damn, everybody wants to say the butler did it. I said it, the butler did it first. Come on, man. We know we got smart guys in Israel and they got good answers. But let the story go. For people who don't know. Anyway. Butler did it, guys. A bunch of Israel like that. You know. I'm just messing with y'all. I respect everybody's enthusiasm. I'm just clowning out. Let's read on that.
But when they were near and knew that it was not he, they all returned back. And while the fight lasted from the morning to late in the evening.
It's a long damn fight, The morning to late evening. That's sun up to sundown, bro. That's sun to sundown. Read on.
And the Syrians were conquerors. They killed nobody, as their king had commanded them.
That's it is fighting and sweating for nothing. That's crazy. You fighting for a whole day, sun up, and nobody dies? It's kung fu shit. Cha 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 cha. You ever see those like Chinese movies? They're fighting for 30 minutes and nobody dies, bro. It's got a bloody lip. That's about it,
Black.
And they get hit in dirt, and they come back and retaliate and fight. They're fighting for 12 hours over that shit, That's crazy. Well, how they do it? How they fight for like 12 hours and nobody died, it's cardio, a lot of cardio, A lot of cardio, heart rate is on fleek, and nobody dies, It's crazy, Oh, it was hand to hand. They didn't use swords, Damn, that's crazy. It was just shield like bing, clean, 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 clean. That's it. Anyway, nobody died. 12 hours of fighting. That's miraculous. We need to talk about that. I didn't know nobody died in 12 hours of fighting.
No accident.
Nobody slipped. Yeah. Nobody like overextending on his sword punch and he had a whole side open up. He just sat back and they had those wood swords. God, I could have got you there. I could have got you there too. This was a kill shot, but I didn't kill you because I have wood swords. Like, what the hell's going on here? For 12 hours.
That's the Most High, bro.
I don't know. It's the Most High's mercy, Well, let's keep going,
And when they sought to kill Ahab alone, but could not find him, there was a young nobleman belonging to King Ben-Hadad, whose name was Naaman. He drew his bow against the enemy.
So he finally caught this dude slipping. This young nobleman found him hiding. Because he was squirrely as hell. He was a squirrely ass dude. He was like hiding in the trees or the rocks. But keep going.
And wounded the king through his breastplate in his lungs.
So it wounded him through his breastplate in his lungs. Read on.
Upon this, Ahab resolved not to make his mischance known to his army.
So he's limping. He's limping back in the chariot. He's hurting. Hard to breathe, everything. Read on.
lest they should run away. But he bid the driver of his chariot to turn it back and carry him out of the battle.
So what happened is he got wounded. Listen, I don't know about wounds to the lungs, but you're bleeding. You have problems with breathing out. And you're hobbling. He's in the chariot now, and you know he's bleeding in the chariot. He's like, take me out without nobody knowing, so we don't flee. Read on.
Because he was sorely and mortally wounded.
That means sorely he was about to die. It was a matter of time. Yes.
Hey, wasn't that the prophecy that none of them would die except?
I know. That's the point. That's why the Most High didn't allow it to happen. That's why I'm like, was it wood and sword? That's why I was asking, what the hell instruments of war was being used? Where nobody died on both sides? That's insane.
You should everybody is gods in every area.
Oh! None of the arrows hit somebody at? None of them? That means, listen, those shields were potent. Nothing went through it. It's amazing. Read on that.
However, he sat in his chariot and endured the pain.
But what's crazy is the Jews were trying to kill, though. They were trying to kill. The Syrians weren't. What were they doing? Anyway, so keep going.
He sat in his chariot and endured the pain.
So this guy is wheezing, he's breathing hard, he's bleeding on the damn chariot. He's having a bad, 30 minutes out. Whatever long time it takes him to die, it's a brutal, it's an uncomfortable situation. It's a slow death. Read on.
Then he fainted away and died.
So he died trying to get out of the situation. Okay? But it was still around the battlefield. Read on.
And now the Syrian army, upon the coming on the night, retired to their camp. And when the herald belonging to the camp gave notice that Ahab was dead, they returned home.
So listen, the fighting went to the nighttime, and they stopped. And then they got word that Ahab was dead, and everybody left out. Read on.
And they took the dead body of Ahab to Samaria.
So listen, so obviously he had died between Ramoth Gilead and Samaria, right? They took the dead body to Samaria, which is his capital city, his number one home, right? Read on. So the prophecy is true. Micaiah said he's going to die on the battleground of Ramoth Gilead. But they took the body to Samaria. Read on.
And they took the dead body of Ahab to Samaria and buried it there. But when they had washed his chariot in the fountain of Jezreel,
so they took the chariot further down to Jezreel to clean out the chariot. Read on.
Which was bloody with the dead body of the king. They acknowledged that the prophecy of Elijah was true, for the dogs licked his blood.
So these are some damn bloodthirsty ass dogs. Listen, they went to clean the damn chariot at the brooks of Jezreel. They must have went to grab a bite or something. And these dogs is licking on the blood of Ahab. Like, how long were they away from the chariot before they cleaned the damn thing? They walked out for a second out to get some water, and these animals was licking red ass mouths out. They was licking their ass off. Like, what the hell just happened? The prophecy was fulfilled.
Get these dogs out of here.
These wild dog bandits out there went in, they infiltrated and got the hell out of it.
You got to lick that blood.
They had to.
Got to lick.
What's the point? Benaniah's prophecy was true. He died at Ramoth Gilead. They buried him in Samaria, but the dogs still licked his blood in the spot where Naboth was getting his blood licked.
Only the Most High could set that up.
And it would have been impossible to prophesy. It would have been impossible to see it was going to work out that way. That's why Josephus kept talking about fate. This was fate. How he could die here and how he could get the blood licked here. How two prophecies that sound like they're two opposite prophecies were actually the same. It was extremely difficult to read that and predict that. Right? Continue.
For the dogs had licked his blood, and the harlots continued afterwards to wash themselves in that fountain.
So what is that? I don't even know what that was all about. I don't know why they brought. Oh my God! Why would they sit back and take no baths out? Where the blood was?
This is a bad area.
They're the baths out of town. That's the east side or something like that. What the hell's going on?
Dogs.
Are you taking a bath with the blood's in the water? What are you doing, bro? That's not sanitary, for the next customer, What is going on? Please stop. This is bad situations. Let's continue to read the Bible. Let's keep going. I just didn't understand why they brought that part in the story. It didn't make sense. What was Josephus thinking?
That's what the host said.
It's historically accurate.
Dogs and women.
Golly, bro, that was horrible. This is what the story said. We can't make this up, let's keep going.
But still he died at Ramah, as Micaiah had foretold. And as what things were foretold should happen to Ahab by the 2 prophets came to pass.
Yes.
We ought hence to have high notions of the Most High, and everywhere to honor and worship him, and never to suppose that what is pleasant and agreeable is worthy of belief before what is true.
So he says, what's pleasant and agreeable should not come before what's true. And just because friendships are pleasant and agreeable shouldn't get before following the Most High in truth. You have to understand, everybody has to make a decision. Am I here to serve the Most High, or am I here to establish and maintain friendships and alliances? Serving the Most High goes before friendships and alliances. And that's the fact. Read on.
And to esteem nothing more advantageous than the gift of prophecy,
Mm-hmm.
and that foreknowledge of future events which is derived from it, since the Most High shows men thereby what we ought to avoid.
Mm-hmm.
We may also guess from what happened to this king, and have reason to consider the power of fate, that there is no way of avoiding it.
There's no way of avoiding judgment. He says fate. He's been around a lot of Romans and Greeks, but fate is judgment. What's supposed to happen because of what you do. You can't run from where you're supposed to get punished. You can't run from your issues. You can't run from the judgment of the Most High. Read on.
Even when we know it, it creeps upon human souls and flatters them with pleasing hopes, till it leads them about to the place where it will be too hard for them.
You're going to keep telling yourself everything's going to be okay until it's not. Read on.
Accordingly, Ahab appears to have been deceived thereby, till he disbelieved those that foretold his defeat.
He disbelieved because he wanted to get alive. He wanted to feel good, and he didn't want to see the inevitable. He didn't want to accept the inevitable. Read on.
But by giving credit to such as foretold what was grateful to him, was slain, and his son Uzziah succeeded him.
Okay, we're going to go back to the scriptures and finish off the point.
One verse I want to add into that is Hebrews 10 and 26.
Yep.
It's on that point of what we learned about Ahab, man.
Hebrews 10 and 26. For if we sin willfully,
Go ahead.
after that we have received the knowledge of the truth,
Go ahead.
there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins.
You know, we got to understand that the Most High is merciful, but we can't abuse that mercy.
Yeah.
The Most High is long-suffering and patient, but we can't take it for granted. Just by continually putting ourselves in a position where we show the Most High that we despise His goodwill. Read on.
But a certain fearful looking for of judgment and fiery indignation, which shall devour the adversaries.
And that's that paranoia that comes on men when they know that I've gotten to the point where I'm not sure if I'm in good standings with the Most High. And if that's the case, then a man should, as soon as possible, finish that real quick in Ecclesiastes chapter 5. We have started at verse 5. Read on down from verse 5.
So
Yeah. 5, read verse 6.
Sirach 5 and 6.
Let's get it.
And say not his mercy is great.
And don't say the Most High. You know what? The Most High know my heart. The Most High know, what I'm thinking. He know the interior of me. He know I'm a good man or I'm a good woman. He knows I'm trying. He said, don't say the Most High's mercy is great. Go ahead.
He will be pacified for the multitude of my sins.
The Most High is merciful. I've seen other people do worse. I've seen other people do worse and get away with it. What I give the Most High is good enough. he'll be pacified with it. He's not going to sting me for this. Read on.
For mercy and wrath come from him.
Because we got to understand is, yes, the Most High is merciful. And the Most High will extend mercy to those that seek mercy. But we also got to understand that both mercy and wrath come from the Most High. And I can't, if I abuse his mercy, then comes the wrath. Read on.
And his indignation rested upon sinners.
Go ahead.
Make no tarry to turn to the Most High.
That's why it says, when you know you've made mistakes, he said, make no tarrying, don't waste no time. If you know you made mistakes. Don't waste no time trying to appease the Most High's wrath and get back in good standings with the Most High. Read on.
And put not off from day to day.
And don't put it off day to day. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll be a better person tomorrow. I'll study tomorrow. I'll pray tomorrow. I'll ask the Most High for forgiveness tomorrow. I'll fast tomorrow. You know, we'll put off everything. But when you know you're wrong and you've been wrong, he said, don't waste no time, because you don't know if you're gonna get mercy, or if you don't know if you're gonna get the wrath of the Most High, because they both come from the Most High. You don't know what you're gonna get that day. Read on.
For suddenly shall the wrath of the Most High come forth, and in thy security thou shalt be destroyed.
In your what?
In thy security.
When you think everything's okay, and you think it's past, and I've gotten through that, and the Most High forgot about it, or the Most High put it past me, or it's been a long time, so the Most High must have obviously let me slide. So he said, in thy security is when the Most High does what?
Thou shalt be destroyed.
Read on.
And perish in the day of vengeance.
Right, he said you'll perish in the day of vengeance, because you don't know when the Most High is going to make you suffer for what you've done, what you've never decided to repent for, and show the Most High any type of propitiation. He said, in that day, you might have thought it'd been months, weeks, days, years. The Most High, he ain't gonna pass judgment on me. And that day that you think everything is okay, and the Most High forgot about it, that's the day the Most High drops the hammer on us. So not only should, that's why it says, don't waste no time, but don't ever get beside yourself thinking that the Most High gives me license to sin and get away with it. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot to understand just in what we've been reading so far. You know what I'm saying? Nobody gets away with nothing. Nobody gets away with nothing. And Ahab, he had a long time coming, but he still died according to prophecy, just like it was prophesied to him. But let that go. You can let that go.
Okay, so we're gonna listen. There's other verses that I didn't go through. I didn't finish 1 Kings 22, but it's like reading. I wanted to get to the part that my brother was talking about real quick, the punishment that Jehoshaphat had to face. So we're going to do 2 Chronicles 19 verse 1 through 11. 2 Chronicles chapter 19 verse 1 through 11, and then also Josephus book 9 chapter 1 paragraph 1. We're going to read both of those and then shut it down. I want to make sure we at least cap off the whole scenario, because 1 Kings 22 just talks about how it's the same thing we read in the Josephus, on top of the fact that he died and his son took over. You know what I mean? Like the Most High said, Ahab wasn't going to see the fall of his family. He was just going to have to die for his sins. So let's get this 2 Chronicles 19 verse 1 and 2. Then we're going to jump to the Josephus.
2 Chronicles 19 and 1. And Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, returned to his house in peace to Jerusalem. And Jehu, the son of Hanai, the seer, went out to meet him, and said to King Jehoshaphat, shouldst thou help the ungodly and love them that hate the Most High?
Exactly. It's one thing. Listen, it's one thing to counsel a person who sins. It's one thing to give a brother advice who has sinned. It's not about being cruel to a person that did sin, but to do business and operate with somebody who's not living right with the Most High. That's when you're out of bounds. It's one thing to counsel, give advice, show a person the right way. It's another thing to do business and be arm to arm with somebody that's not doing the right thing. And this is what the prophet Jehu is saying. He says, shouldst thou help the ungodly and love them who hate the Lord? Help is not talking about counseling and advice. Help is we're going to do business together. We're going to do endeavors together, knowing damn well you're off. I know you're off. I'm going to help get you back up. How the hell is your influence going to help get a man that's negative up? That don't even make sense. You got to show a person how to get off his ass and fight his battle so he can fight his battle. Carrying somebody who's off is going to bring curses to you. And this is what Jehu is saying. Read on.
Therefore is wrath upon thee, from before the Most
He
High.
says, now the Most High is going to bring wrath upon you. Because you want to sit back and go hand in hand with the wicked. Don't forget, before Jehoshaphat got into any issues with Ahab, was anybody trying to fight him?
No.
Nope.
It was peace with all the nations. Guess what we're going to read in chapter 20? Nations want to fight him now.
You inherit some problems now.
Because this is the same thing he told Asa. Because you sold out and used money to fight your battle, you're going to always be involved in wars. I'm going to always make your ass uncomfortable. Because Jehoshaphat did the same thing. He fell, got weak like Asa got weak. And they both, the consequence, I'm not going to destroy you. Because you're still good men. But you're going to be uncomfortable for long stretches of time. And that's how the Most High stings good men. You can be good and still be flawed. So you're good and flawed, will make your ass uncomfortable because you know better when you make these mistakes. It's just that, once again, the Most High says he corrects us in measure. Ahab did blasphemous things, so he had to have extreme things happening to him. Asa and Jehoshaphat were good men that still were weak, so their correction and their discomfort was at a different level.
Right.
Because of based off of the type of sin or weakness they display. But everybody gets stung based off their type of works or their lack of works. So he said, wrath is going to still be upon you. He told Asa, you're going to constantly be in wars. It's the same thing though. I'm going to keep making you uncomfortable, and you're not going to live in peace because of what you did today. And that was the check. Now, Asa, remember when Asa got the bad news? He threw the prophet in jail.
And he started smiting the people around him. He started being very abusive to the people around him.
And when he had sickness, he didn't sit back here and seek the Most High. He seeked positions. He was bitter at the end because he couldn't take the fact that you was wrong and you got to deal with consequences for your negative. We all do. So, read on, verse 3.
Verse 3. Nevertheless, there are good things found in thee, in that thou hast taken away the groves out of the land and hast prepared thine heart to seek the Most High.
Now, groves are what? What are groves? Where are groves situated at?
High places.
No. Groves are low places.
I'm going to say like by water.
Groves are low places. High places are in the high places. Don't forget the groves was the worshiping of Asherah.
It was the garden.
The Baal, it was the gardens. It was the garden and forest.
The gardens with the negative plants in them.
Yep, and it was the poles. They're called Asheroth poles. Those are on the ground level. The high places was Baal. Because you're going to read in the end of chapter 20 that he did good things. He took out the groves, but he didn't take out the high places. So there were still limits to his enforcement of the law.
He didn't eradicate ungodliness.
All the way. He didn't. He sat back here. He eradicated some of the ungodliness, just not all of it. He took out the groves on the ground level, but he didn't push to the high place, which were the far places. What is he saying? He eradicated the obvious negative. He didn't keep digging to find more.
It's an incomplete assignment.
It was incomplete. Because he was proactive in the tearing down of the sin. He didn't go all the way. He went to visible issues, not the ones you had to do more work and research and digging to find all the high places and take them out.
Because they were like tucked away, right? Some of those.
The high places had to be tucked away, and the groves were more obvious. Okay,
like the Bohemian Grove in California.
Exactly. You can go find that in the woods easy. You can go up on hiking mountains and finding the high places, and that's the point. It was just more work. And he didn't take it to the next level. He was proactive, but not as proactive as he needed to completely eradicate the idolatry in his
Please the Father.
So he did great things, but not great enough. Well, he just shows you, this verse also shows you different degrees of men. There's good in men, there's good in us, but there's different degrees and calibers, and there's no getting around it. And we have to understand that's why we always teach, there's always more you can do.
Yep.
You can sit back here and like certain kings,
You put that pencil up, sir.
certain kings, they didn't, oh my goodness. Certain kings, they just focus on not breaking the law. Other kings didn't break the law and then proactively took out the groves. Other kings took out the groves and the high places It just shows you different calibers of men and the lengths people were willing to go through to be perfect in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. And that's something that we all should be shooting for. Let's shoot for gold and not be okay with wood or be okay with precious
Because the
stones.
scriptures say, a little leaven leaveneth the whole lump.
God.
It only takes a small amount of negative influence to consume the whole property of something. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you got to reinforce strength at all times. Because you let a little bit of wickedness in, and then the house will be overthrown. You know, it don't take long to influence a majority from a small amount of negative.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So it's best to, as much as possible, eradicate any type of evil. You know what I'm saying? Like Job said, you know, eschew evil, man. Eschew, just to stray away from it, run away from it.
And to answer your question, says no. Listen, if they're doing sin and there's no contrition and accountability in what they've done, you stay away. Now, if there's concession and there's confession and there's sincerity about change, then cool. But if nobody wants to own to anything they did, no, you don't deal with it until confession has to happen, and that's the law. Okay, so hold that and let's read Josephus, book 9, chapter 1, paragraph 1.
Now there was a certain wicked man.
No. Book 9,
Okay.
chapter 1, paragraph 1 is when Jehoshaphat.
You want to use this
Oh, okay. My fault. Book 9, chapter 1.
Yep, paragraph 1.
Okay. When Jehoshaphat the king was come to Jerusalem, from the assistance he had afforded Ahab, the king of Israel, when he fought with Ben-Hadad, king of Syria, the prophet Jehu met him, and accused him for assisting Ahab, a man both impious and wicked, and said to him that the Most High was displeased with him for so doing, but that he delivered him from the enemy, notwithstanding he had sinned, because of his own proper disposition, which was good. Whereupon the king betook himself to thanksgiving and sacrifices to the Most High.
So listen, even Jehoshaphat took it the right way. This is what it shows you is Jehoshaphat carried himself with more humility than Asa did. Because when Asa got checked, he got angry and bitter and attacked the prophet. At least he sat back here, took his check, and gave offerings of thanksgiving to the Most High. He appreciated the fact that the Most High looked after him, even though he messed up. Read on.
After which he presently, Salakia, went over all that country which he ruled round about, and taught the people, as well the laws which the Most High gave them by Moses, as that religious worship that was due to him. He also constituted judges in every one of the cities of his kingdom, and charged them to have regard to nothing so much in judging the multitude as to do justice.
Because all Israel needed was judges. We didn't need kings, but he took the kingship. But he hired judges to judge and do right by the law. Read on.
And not to be moved by bribes, nor by the indignity of men eminent for either their riches.
Bribes are a real thing, bro. Read on.
Or their high birth.
Mm-hmm. So he says, and not to sit back here and wink at a person who has high birth or comes from a royal family. Just because they came from royalty, they had to follow the same laws as the ones who didn't have the royal birth. Nobody was excused from justice and judgment. Read on.
But to distribute justice equally to all, as knowing that the Most High is conscious of every secret action of theirs, when he had himself instructed them thus, and gone over every city of the 2 tribes, he returned to Jerusalem. He there also constituted
So what this also proves, and we already know this, but all the tribes left. There wasn't Simeon down there. That wasn't the case. It was only 2 left. All the other ones migrated up north. So it wasn't just mingling of tribes. You had a couple of them that was down there, but as a whole, it was still just Judah and Benjamin and Levi in the south. Because Levi had left the north for the most part, right? Because of all the idolatry, so it was really 3 tribes. Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. This is just proof. Okay? Read on.
He there also constituted judges out of the priests and the Levites.
There you go. That's the 3rd tribe. Read on.
And principal persons of the multitude. And admonished them to pass all their sentences with care and justice. And that if any of the people of his country had differences of great consequence, they should send them out of the other cities to these judges, who would be obliged to give righteous sentences concerning such causes.
So all the people from these outer cities, if there was issues, go to the judges in the inner city. Read on.
And this with the greater care, because it is proper that the sentences which are given in that city wherein the temple of the Most High is, and wherein the king dwells, be given with great care and the utmost justice. Now he set over them Amariah the priest, and Zebediah, both of the tribe of Judah. And after this manner it was that the king ordered these affairs.
I don't know if that makes sense. I don't think that makes sense, because Amariah couldn't be a priest if he was Judah. That doesn't make sense. So scratch that. We're only going to
Southern Kingdom, right?
Huh?
Judah mean the Southern Kingdom or the tribe of Judah?
I don't know. That's why I'm not going to listen. It ain't the scripture, so I'm not going to sit back here and I'm not going to challenge it. But you're not going to have Judite priest, and the Most High is honorable with this kingdom. Okay, that ain't going to be the case. So he might have had these two Judites that were being judges, but he wasn't the priest. Okay, just know that this is coming from the Josephus, so I have to make sure I bring out all the stuff that might be a bone in it. Read on.
About the same time the Moabites and
No. That's all I want.
God.
That's next week. Let's finish up. Give me verse 4 in 2 Chronicles 19.
2 Chronicles 19 and 4. And Jehoshaphat dwelled at Jerusalem, and he went out again through the people from Beersheba to Mount Ephraim, and brought them back unto the Most High, the power of their fathers.
So Mount Ephraim was still an Ephraimite tribe, but his father had taken over that land, so he's going to instill the law from Mount Ephraim all the way to Beersheba, which is the lowest city in Israel. Read on.
And he set judges in the land throughout all the fenced cities of Judah, city by city, and said to the judges, take heed what ye do, for ye judge not for men, but for the Most High, who is with you in the judgment. Wherefore now let the fear of the Most High be upon you. Take heed and do not. For there is no iniquity with the Most Higher power, nor respect of persons, nor taking of gifts. Moreover, in Jerusalem did Jehoshaphat set of the Levites and of the priests and of the chief of the fathers of Israel for the judgment of the Most High and for controversies when they returned to Jerusalem. And he charged them, saying, thus shall ye do in the fear of the Most High, faithfully and with a perfect heart. And what cause soever shall come to you of your brethren that dwell in their cities, between blood and blood, between law and commandment, statutes and judgments, ye shall even warn them that they trespass not against the Most High. And so wrath come upon you, and upon your brethren. This do, and ye shall not trespass. And behold, Amariah the chief priest is over you in all matters of the Most High, and Zebediah the son of Ishmael, the ruler of the house of Judah, for all the king's matters.
See, so you had the priest, Amariah, and Judah was supposed to sit back and rule all the judgment matters. Okay, so they weren't both priests. Amariah was a priest and he was a Levite, and then Zebediah was a Judite, but he was dealing with king's matters and judgment. Read on.
Also the Levites shall be officers before you. Deal courageously, and the Most High shall be with you good. Shall be with the good.
It shall be with the good. So we're going to let it go at that point. Are there any questions? Comments? All right, I think we got a good class out of here today. We're going to sit back here and send our prayers up and get ready to roll out do the rest of the day. So, Amaja. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai. Please listen to us right now. Send Micah Allah. And the righteous angels. To watch over. Bless. Heal. Protect. And make strong. The people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Barak Thay Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai. Hahawa up. Nithon Lanara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barak Thay Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai. Hahawa up. Nithon Lanara. Award. Lakwara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barak Thay Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai. Hahawa up. Nithon Lanara. Ha'ayon. Kwara. Lakwara. Ha'aim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barak Thay Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai. Hahawa up. Nithon Lanara. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashach. Yasharala.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh.
how great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither does the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh,
But thou Yahweh
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh.
for lo thine enemies
For lo thine enemies
shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity
All the workers of iniquity
shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
But my horn shall thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire
My desire
on my enemies.
on my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire
My desire
of the wicked
of the wicked
that rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our powers.
shall flourish in the courts of our house.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no righteousness in him.
Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Iowa.
Iowa.
La Duwai. Hana. Ma. Tawab. Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Achim. Gam. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatawab. Ayo. Ra'ash. Yerad. Ayo. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Haran. Shayarad. Ayo. Hayah. Barawath Yuah. Tor, Haramwan, Shayaran, Ayo, Aroria, Zayawan, Hayah, Shom, Tazawah, Yahweh, Abaraka, Hayayah, Al-Walam, Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. 4 corners up. Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ba'Shem,
Ba'Shem,
Yahshai,
Yahshai,
Rachnawa,
Rachnawa,
Ba'Shrali, Abiyath, Supayim, Yahweh, Ba'Shem, Yahshai, Rachnawa, Ba'Shrali, Abiyath, Supayim, Yahweh, Ba'Shem, Yahshai, Rachnawa, Ba'Shrali, Abiyath, Supayim, Yahweh, Ba'Shem, Yahshai, Rachnawa, Ba'Shrali, Abiyath, Supayim. Rock they ho. Rock they ho shot. Rock they ho. Rock they ho shot. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all power from your house. All power from your house. All power from your house. By Shem, Yam shot, water, Yat, man. Watch out. She want to hit the camera. Is your circle up? Camera is hit. Don't worry about it, it's too late now. It's everywhere, it's like this. The camera may miss like this. Go for it. It ain't that bad.
Okay.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahweh Shai, Ukor Sha'ol, Minaj, Umadu, Rock. Stop. Sisters, man. I'm not a few up. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, Minaj, Umadu, Rock.
Yashmatap, dismissed. Well, all right, Israel. See y'all on Monday.